The contract was already printed when I walked into my father's study, 20 pages, single-spaced, with tabs marking where I should sign. Not a marriage certificate. That would come later. This was a business agreement documenting the merger of our family's pharmaceutical empires through the sacred bond of me becoming Mrs. Jonathan Fitzgerald II. Sit, my father commanded, not looking up from his laptop. Behind him, the wall displayed his achievements, photos with senators, framed stock certificates, and a Fortune magazine cover declaring him Pharma's Iron Fist. I remained standing. I'm not marrying Jonathan. Now he looked up. Richard Moreau didn't tolerate defiance, especially from the daughter he groomed to be a perfect corporate asset. This isn't a discussion, Isabel. The Fitzgeralds are expecting an engagement announcement at the gala next month. Then they'll be disappointed. He stood slowly, his 6'3" frame designed to intimidate. It had worked when I was 7. At 25, I learned that giants could fall. Jonathan is a good match, he said, voice deceptively calm. He's taking over Fitz Pharma next year. Combined with Moreau Industries, will control 30% of the market. He's also 50 years old, has 2 divorces, and a cocaine habit that everyone pretends not to notice. Rumors, Dad dismissed. His father assures me. His father spent $2 million making his last DUI disappear. I have the receipts. Dad's face darkened. You've been investigating the Fitzgeralds? Due diligence, something you taught me. I pulled out my phone, showed him the folder I'd compiled. Police reports, sealed court documents, photos from Jonathan's business trips to Vegas. Would you enter a business deal without research? Why should I enter a marriage without it? Because I'm telling you to. His voice dropped to that dangerous whisper that used to make board members sweat. Because without me, you're nothing. Because I own everything you have, everything you are. Okay. He blinked. Okay. Okay. I smiled, the kind of smile I learned from him, all teeth, no warmth. You're right. You own everything I have. So I'll leave without it. Don't be dramatic, Isabel. Where would you go? How would you live? Your trust fund doesn't activate until you're 30, or when you marry with my approval. Then I guess I'll figure it out. I turned to leave. I'll pack light. Wouldn't want to take anything you pay for. You walk out that door, you're dead to us. His final card, the one that had kept me in line through every smaller betrayal. No money, no family, no future. I'll destroy any company that tries to hire you. You'll be nobody. I paused at the door, hand on the handle. Better nobody than Mrs. Jonathan Fitzgerald II. Marry him, or woe you are dead to US. The facade finally cracked, his roar echoing through the house. I looked back one last time. Okay. Then I walked out. My mother intercepted me at the stairs, pearl necklace trembling with her rapid breathing. Darling, don't be rash. Your father just wants what's best. Does he? Or does he want what's best for his stock portfolio? The two aren't mutually exclusive. She touched my arm, her French manicure perfect as always. Jonathan could give you a good life, security, status, and a prescription drug addiction by 40, just like his last 2 wives. Her grip tightened. You're being selfish. This merger could save thousands of jobs. By creating a monopoly that drives up drug prices, how noble. You ungrateful. She caught herself, smoothed her expression. Think about your future children. They'd want for nothing, except a father who'd be present and sober. I shrugged off her hand. I need to pack. My room looked like a museum exhibit. Rich girl circa 2024. Designer clothes, luxury handbags, jewelry that cost more than most people's cars. None of it mine, really. All of it purchased with the understanding that I was an investment. A beautifully dressed merger waiting to happen. I packed 2 suitcases, jeans, t-shirts, the laptop I'd bought with internship money. My degrees, Harvard undergrad, Wharton MBA, stayed on the wall. Let him stare at them and remember that he educated me too well to accept being sold. The house staff avoided eye contact as I dragged my bags downstairs. They knew better than to help someone my father had marked for exile. Only Marina, who'd been my nanny and was now head housekeeper, dared to slip me an envelope. For emergencies, she whispered, tears in her eyes. I hugged her quickly. Take care of yourself. You too, little one. My car keys were already gone from the hook. Dad worked fast. But I planned for this moment since the day he'd first mentioned the Fitzgerald opportunity. My actual escape kit was in a locker at the train station: cash, a burner phone, and a job offer he didn't know about. I called an Uber, watching my childhood home shrink in the rear window. 25 years of preparation to be the perfect merger. 25 years of being shaped, molded, refined into a corporate asset. Time to find out who Isabel Moreau was when she wasn't for sale. The train to Chicago took 12 hours. I spent them reviewing my plans, confirming arrangements, and fielding increasingly frantic texts on my regular phone before finally turning it off. The job offer was from Natalie Kumar, a former Moreau Industries executive who left to start her own biotech firm after my father had sabotaged her promotion for the crime of being pregnant. Nexted Therapeutics was everything Moreau Industries wasn't: small, agile, focused on affordable treatments rather than profit margins. He'll try to destroy us for hiring you, Natalie had warned during our secret interview. He'll try to destroy you anyway. Your competition. She'd laughed. Fair point. When can you start? Now, apparently. My first apartment was a studio in Pilsen, a far cry from the Gold Coast mansion. I loved it immediately. One room that was entirely mine, purchased with money I'd earned, filled with furniture I'd chosen. No marble, no mahogany, no ghosts. My father's retaliation began within 48 hours. My credit cards, canceled. My phone plan, terminated. My LinkedIn, flooded with messages from concerned family friends warning about my mental breakdown. He even had a lawyer send cease and desist letters to any company I previously interned with, claiming I'd stolen proprietary information. He's thorough, Natalie observed, reading the latest legal threat. He's scared, I corrected. He knows what I know about Moreau Industries. Which is? I smiled. Everything. 25 years of being groomed as the heir apparent had given me access most employees never got. I knew about the off-book accounts, the FDA violations, the clinical trials buried when results were inconvenient. I kept copies of everything, hidden in encrypted drives my father didn't know existed. You're not suggesting, Natalie trailed off. Blackmail? No. Whistleblowing? That's just civic duty. The FBI was very interested in my civic duty. Turns out, price-fixing schemes and falsified safety data caught their attention. Special Agent Martinez took notes for 6 hours, occasionally muttering "Jesus Christ" at the more egregious violations. You understand your father will know this came from you, she warned. He disowned me. We're not family anymore, remember? She smiled grimly. Hell of a divorce settlement. I threw myself into work at NextGen, 60-hour weeks developing treatments that would actually reach patients who needed them. My Wharton training, filtered through a conscience my father had tried to eliminate, made me valuable in ways that had nothing to do with my last name. The engagement announcement still happened. My father, ever the optimist, simply substituted daughters. My younger sister Celine, fresh from Vassar, appeared in the society pages on Jonathan's arm, her smile as frozen as mine would have been. I sent her one text. Run. She replied, Can't, not brave like you. You could be. He'd destroy me. He'll destroy you anyway. Just slower. She stopped responding after that. The FBI raids hit Moreau Industries on a Tuesday morning. Federal agents carrying boxes, computers, files. The stock price plummeted. The board called emergency meetings. My father's face on the business news looked haggard, confused, outraged. An anonymous whistleblower, the reporters said. Insider knowledge spanning decades. He knew. Of course he knew. The call started that night. Not to me. That number was blocked. To Natalie, to my landlord, to anyone he thought might have influence. The messages were all variations on a theme. Tell Isabel she's killing her family. Good, I said when Natalie relayed the latest. It was already dead. I'm just handling the funeral. The trial took 2 years. I testified for 3 days, detailing everything I'd seen, everything I'd documented. My father sat at the defense table, his legendary composure cracking as I explained each violation, each cover-up, each life lost to profits. You raised me to be thorough, I said, looking directly at him, to always protect the company. You just never specified which company. He got 15 years. Moreau Industries got dismantled, sold off in pieces to companies that might actually use the resources for good. The house, the cars, the fortune, all seized as proceeds of crime. My mother, somehow untouched by the legal proceedings, divorced him before the sentence was read. She moved to Paris with whatever jewelry she hidden. Celine broke off her engagement to Jonathan, citing family difficulties, and disappeared into a teaching job in Vermont. Regrets? Natalie asked after the verdict, pouring champagne in our lab. NextGen had just gotten FDA approval for our affordable insulin alternative. None about him. I accepted the glass. Some about Celine. I hope she finds her own way out. She has a role model now. A cautionary tale, more like. Same thing sometimes. The letter came 5 years later. Not from him. Federal prisoners had limited correspondence privileges, and I wasn't on his approved list. From Marina, my old nanny. He asks about you. Not directly, but I can tell. He keeps your Harvard diploma in his cell. Says it reminds him of better times. I thought you should know. I read it twice, then fed it to my shredder. Richard Moreau had taught me many things. How to read a balance sheet, how to identify weakness, how to destroy competition. But the most valuable lesson was one he'd never intended. How to walk away from people who saw you as property. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number, forwarded through several security filters. I'm in Boston. Can we talk? Celine. I smiled, typing back. Coffee tomorrow. You're buying. Some bridges, once burned, cleared the way for better views. And some family, once chosen instead of assigned, was worth keeping. Jonathan Fitzgerald IUI married his third wife last year. She's 23, a pharmaceutical heiress from Atlanta. The prenup, I heard, is ironclad. Her father probably thinks he's won. He has no idea what she'll do next. But I do, because Richard Moreau raised daughters to be assets, forgetting that assets appreciate in value. And sometimes, if you're very unlucky, they liquidate everything. I kept one thing from my old life, a photo of my Harvard graduation. Not for nostalgia, but for perspective. In it, my father stands beside me, proud and possessive, unaware that he's posing with the instrument of his own destruction. Marry him, or you're dead to us. He'd screamed. Okay, I'd said. He should have been more specific about who would end up dead.
The string quartet played Pachelbel's canon as I stood alone at the back of the grand ballroom, watching my sister float down the aisle like a princess in her designer gown. That dress alone cost more than my annual salary. Not that anyone knew I was the one who paid for it. I'm Greta, and this is the story of how my perfect little sister's dream wedding became my worst nightmare, and ultimately my sweetest revenge. Darling, you could at least pretend to smile, my mother Hope whispered, appearing beside me in her champagne-colored dress. And where's your +1? I thought you said you were bringing someone. Change of plans, I muttered, forcing a smile as Solstice reached the altar. Her soon-to-be husband Rowan beamed at her with adoration, completely oblivious to the family drama unfolding in the wings. Well, it's not too late, you know. Miguel, the wedding planner, is single, Mom stage whispered, nodding toward the sharply dressed man directing the photographers. And he's quite handsome. I rolled my eyes. Mom, please, can we focus on Solstice's big day? The ceremony proceeded like a fairy tale, exactly as Solstice had dreamed. Crystal chandeliers sparkled overhead. White roses and orchids cascaded from every surface, and the guest list read like a who's who of local society. Perfect, 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 just like Solstice. During the reception, my best friend Camila grabbed my arm. You okay? You look like you're about to explode. I'm fine, I lied, watching Solstice work the room, just tired of deflecting questions about my relationship status. Ladies and gentlemen, the DJ's voice boomed through the speakers. It's time for the speeches. My stomach churned as Solstice took the microphone, champagne glass in hand. I want to thank everyone for coming to celebrate with Rowan and me today, especially my family, Mom, Dad, and my big sister Greta. I raised my glass, praying she'd leave it at that. She didn't. You know, Greta's always been there for me, even if she's been a bit preoccupied with her career lately. Solstice's smile turned sharp. I mean, someone has to be the successful businesswoman of the family, right? Though I have to wonder if it's worth being married to your job instead of finding actual love. The room fell silent. I felt hundreds of eyes turned to me. But hey, at least she's got her spreadsheets to keep her warm at night. Solstice laughed, and a few uncomfortable chuckles rippled through the crowd. I just hope she doesn't end up alone forever. There's more to life than work, sis. My father Jonathan shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Camilla's hand found mine under the table, squeezing tight. To love. Solstice raised her glass, her diamond ring catching the light. May we all be lucky enough to find it. Well, most of us anyway. The guests drank, but I couldn't move. The champagne in my glass trembled as my hands shook with rage. I can't believe she just did that, Camila whispered. After everything you've done for her? Everything I'd done. The secret meetings with Miguel to plan every detail. The maxed out credit cards. The drained savings account. All to give my baby sister the wedding of her dreams. And this was my thank you? Greta? Miguel appeared at my elbow, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? I stood up abruptly, my chair scraping against the marble floor. I need some air. As I headed for the terrace, I heard my mother's voice. Solstice, darling, that wasn't very kind. Oh, Mom, I was just teasing. Greta knows I love her. She's probably just jealous because she's missing out on all of this. Solstice's laugh tinkled like breaking glass. I mean, who wouldn't be? I pushed through the French doors onto the balcony, the cool evening air hitting my face. Behind me, the party continued. My sister's perfect day, funded by the very person she'd just humiliated in front of everyone who mattered. Camila followed me out. What are you going to do? I gripped the stone balustrade, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of revenge. You know what? I think it's time everyone learned who really made this fairy tale wedding possible. Are you sure? Camila asked, but I could see the gleam in her eye. She knew as well as I did. My sister had finally gone too far. Oh, I'm sure, I said, straightening my bridesmaid's dress. If Solstice wants to play princess, she should remember who's been bankrolling her happily ever after. 6 months earlier, I sat across from Miguel in a dimly lit coffee shop, spreading wedding magazines across the table. My sister's vision board lay between us, covered in pictures of luxury venues and designer dresses she couldn't possibly afford. Your sister has expensive taste, Miguel said diplomatically, tallying numbers on his iPad. The venue alone is nearly 6 figures. I sipped my now cold coffee. She's always had champagne tastes on a beer budget, but this time I'll make it happen. Why? Miguel's dark eyes studied me carefully. From what you've told me, she hasn't exactly been Sister of the Year. The bell above the cafe door chimed as my mother walked in, spotting us immediately. Perfect timing, as always. Greta, what a coincidence. She pulled up a chair uninvited. And you must be Miguel, the wedding planner. Solstice has told me so much about you. I bit back a laugh. Solstice had met Miguel exactly once, then pawned all the actual planning off on me because she was too busy with her social commitments. Mrs. Ellis, Miguel nodded professionally. We were just discussing the budget. Mom waved her hand dismissively. Oh, don't worry about that. Solstice's future in-laws are handling everything. Actually, Mom, I started, but she cut me off. You know, Miguel, Greta here is single and so successful in her career, she just made junior partner at her firm. Mom, I felt my face flush. We're here to discuss Solstice's wedding. I'm just saying, dear, you're not getting any younger. And my phone buzzed, saved by the bell. Sorry, work call. I need to take this. I escaped to the sidewalk outside, but there was no call. Just another credit card statement showing the deposits I'd already paid for Solstice's dream venue and the ridiculous designer dress she'd fallen in love with. Through the window, I could see Mom chattering away at Miguel, probably listing all my accomplishments while simultaneously lamenting my single status. The story of my life, successful enough to bankroll my sister's fantasy wedding, but somehow still a disappointment because I didn't have a ring on my finger. My phone buzzed again, for real this time. It was Camila. "Please tell me you're not really paying for that entire wedding," she said without preamble. I watched a couple walk past the cafe, hand in hand. Someone has to. You know Solstice can't afford it, and Rowan's family isn't as wealthy as she's led everyone to believe. But why you? After everything she's done? Remember your college graduation? How could I forget? Solstice had thrown a tantrum because my party was stealing attention from her new boyfriend, so she deliberately caused a scene that ended with my cake on the floor and half the guests leaving early. It's complicated, I sighed. Mom and Dad always had to work so hard just to keep us afloat. Now that I can finally give them something, you're giving Solstice something, again, while she takes all the credit. Again. Miguel emerged from the cafe, my mother thankfully nowhere in sight. He held up my abandoned coffee cup. "Your mother is enthusiastic." "That's one word for it." I took the cup. "Did she try to set us up?" "Only 3 times in 5 minutes." He smiled. "She also mentioned you're paying for the wedding yourself." I froze. She wasn't supposed to know that? She doesn't. She was bragging about how much money you make and how you could afford such a lavish wedding of your own if you just put yourself out there. He made air quotes. I connected the dots myself. "Please don't tell Solstice," I said quickly. "She thinks Rowan's family is covering everything." Miguel's expression softened. "Your secret's safe with me, but can I ask why? Why do all this in secret?" I stared into my cold coffee. Because for once, I want her to have exactly what she wants. No compromises, no settling, no reason to throw a fit and ruin someone else's moment. Maybe then she'll finally appreciate you. Maybe then she'll just be happy. I whispered. And stop trying to make everyone else miserable. Miguel touched my arm gently. "You're a good sister, Greta. Better than she deserves." If only he knew how wrong he was. Because standing there, watching happy couples stroll by and thinking about all the times Solstice had undermined me, belittled me, or straight up sabotaged me, I wasn't planning this wedding out of pure sisterly love. I was buying the rope with which my sister would hang herself. Every crystal, every flower, every perfect detail would be a strand in the web of her own making. And when the moment was right, I would show everyone exactly who the better sister really was. I just didn't know then how spectacular that revelation would be. Back at the wedding reception, I found Camila in the powder room, touching up her lipstick. The bathroom's marble countertops probably cost more than my first car, another detail I'd splurged on for Solstice's perfect day. "So," Camila said, meeting my eyes in the mirror, "what's the plan?" "I'm thinking it's time for my maid of honor speech." I smoothed my dress, checking my makeup hadn't run after my near breakdown on the terrace. "You're not even the maid of honor. She chose her friend Ashley, remember? Even though you've done all the work." The bathroom door opened, and Miguel slipped in, looking slightly embarrassed to be in the ladies' room. "Sorry to intrude, but I thought you should know. Solstice is about to do the bouquet toss. She's specifically requesting your presence, Greta." I groaned. "Let me guess. Another opportunity to highlight my perpetual singlehood?" "She announced it as a special chance for my desperate sister to catch some luck," Miguel confirmed, wincing. Camila slammed her lipstick down. "That's it. I've watched her treat you like dirt for 20 years. You need to expose her right now." "Not yet," I said, a plan forming. Miguel, I need a favor. 10 minutes later, I stood in the crowd of single women, watching Solstice prepare to throw her bouquet. She'd positioned me front and center, of course. Ready, ladies? Solstice called out. Especially you, Greta. This might be your only chance. The crowd tittered. I smiled sweetly. Throw it, sis. Show us how it's done. She turned her back, made a show of wiggling her hips, and tossed the bouquet high into the air. As planned, Miguel had dimmed the lights slightly, making it harder to see. The flowers sailed over my head, right into Camilla's waiting hands. Oh my God! Camilla squealed convincingly. I caught it! Solstice spun around, her face falling when she saw I wasn't holding the bouquet. Oh, well, congratulations, Camila. Actually, Camila said loudly, I think this belongs to the person who really deserves it. She walked over and handed the bouquet to Miguel. The room went quiet. Miguel, right on cue, turned to me. Greta, I've been wanting to say something all day. My mother gasped audibly. Solstice's mouth dropped open. Working with you these past months has been incredible, Miguel continued, his voice carrying across the now silent ballroom. Your dedication, your kindness, your attention to detail, it's all been amazing. Miguel, I said, playing my part perfectly, this isn't the time. No, it is the time. He stepped closer. Everyone here should know just how remarkable you are. Would you have dinner with me next week? The crowd erupted in cheers and whistles. My mother looked like she might faint from joy. And Solstice, well, if looks could kill, Miguel and I would both be 6 feet under. I'd love to, I replied, accepting the bouquet as cameras flashed around us. This is my wedding. Solstice's voice cut through the excitement. You can't just hijack it like this. Hijack it? I turned to face her, steel in my voice. Like you've hijacked every important moment of my life? What are you talking about? But her face had gone pale. My college graduation, my law school acceptance, my promotion party. Every single time I had something to celebrate, you found a way to make it about you. The words flowed out, years of resentment behind them. But you know what? You're right. This is your day, and I've done everything in my power to make it perfect. What do you mean you've done everything? Rowan asked, appearing beside his new wife. Miguel stepped forward. Should I tell them about all the planning meetings, the vendor negotiations, the countless hours Greta spent ensuring every detail was exactly what Solstice wanted? Shut up, Solstice hissed. The planning was all me, and Rowan's family paid for everything. I pulled out my phone, opening my banking app. Want to see the receipts, little sister? Every deposit, every payment, every maxed out credit card? The color drained from her face. You're lying. The Swarovski crystal centerpieces you insisted on? Mine? The hand-painted French chocolates as favors? Mine? That designer dress you're wearing? All me. Rowan looked confused. But my parents, they said they were handling it. They handled the rehearsal dinner, I corrected. Everything else? That was your sister-in-law, the one you just publicly mocked for being too focused on her career. The silence in the ballroom was deafening. Somewhere in the back, a glass shattered, making everyone jump. Well, my father's quiet voice cut through the tension. I think it's time we all had a little family chat. Dad led us into a private room off the main ballroom, the same room where Solstice had gotten ready this morning. Her veil still lay draped over a chair, price tag conveniently removed. Another $3,000 I'd never see again. Sit, Dad commanded. For once, both Solstice and I obeyed without argument. Mom hovered by the door, wringing her hands. Jonathan, maybe we should wait. No, Hope, this ends now. Dad's voice was firm. Miguel, Rowan, would you give us a minute? Miguel squeezed my shoulder as he left. Rowan hesitated, looking at Solstice, but followed when she wouldn't meet his eyes. Now then, Dad said, settling into a chair across from us. Let's talk about what's really going on here. What's going on is that Greta's trying to ruin my wedding. Solstice burst out, tears threatening to spill. Just like she ruins everything. I laughed incredulously. I ruin everything? I paid for everything. Girls, Dad's sharp tone silenced us both. Solstice, is this true? Did your sister pay for the wedding? Solstice's lower lip trembled. I didn't ask her to. No, I agreed. You just complained to Mom about how Rowan's family couldn't afford the venue you wanted, and cried to Dad about the dress of your dreams being out of reach, and told everyone who would listen that you were settling for less than you deserved. I never meant for you to… To what? To step in? To fix it? Like I always do? I pulled out my phone again. Want to see the texts, Solstice? The ones where you sent me pictures of everything you wanted, followed by sad faces and if-only messages? Mom stepped forward. Greta, sweetheart, why didn't you tell us? Because she knew exactly what she was doing, Dad said quietly. Didn't you, Solstice? Solstice's tears finally spilled over. That's not fair. I just wanted a beautiful wedding. And I gave it to you. I stood up, my own tears threatening. I gave you everything you wanted. And how do you thank me? By humiliating me in front of everyone. You're just jealous because I found love and you haven't, Solstice shot back. Found love? I laughed bitterly. You found a man whose family you lied to about money. You manipulated everyone around you to get what you wanted. Is that love? Stop it, both of you, Mom cried. But Dad held up his hand. No, Hope, let them finish. This has been brewing for years. Remember my law school graduation? I asked, my voice shaking. When you announced your engagement during my party? That was different. Or when you crashed my first big court victory celebration to tell everyone you were pregnant. Even though you knew it wasn't true, you just wanted the attention. Solstice's face crumpled. I lost that baby. And I was there for you. I held you while you cried. I took time off work to help you recover. I wiped angry tears from my cheeks. But the minute I had something to celebrate, you had to tear me down again. I didn't mean to, Solstice whispered. Yes, you did. Dad's voice was gentle but firm. You've always meant to, Princess, and we let you. Mom sank into a chair. Jonathan, we failed both our girls, Hope. Dad looked between us. We let Solstice believe the world revolved around her, and we let Greta think she had to fix everything. A knock at the door interrupted us. Rowan poked his head in. Sorry, but the guests are asking questions. Should we start serving dinner? Yes, Solstice jumped up, smoothing her dress. We should get back to my wedding. Your wedding that your sister paid for, Dad reminded her. The wedding you're using to mock her. Solstice froze, her hand on the doorknob. For a moment I saw something flicker across her face. Shame, maybe? Regret? But then it was gone, replaced by the same entitled expression I'd known all my life. Fine, she said. You want everyone to know? Let's tell them. Let's tell them how my perfect sister swooped in to save the day, like always. Let's tell them how she's so much better than me, so much more successful, so much more responsible. Solstice, Mom pleaded. No, you're right. I stood up, straightening my spine. Let's tell them, all of it. Every manipulation, every lie, every cruel comment. Let's see what your new husband thinks about how you really got your dream wedding. Solstice's hand trembled on the doorknob. You wouldn't. I met her eyes steadily. Try me, little sister. Try me. The dining room buzzed with whispers as we returned to the reception. Solstice immediately plastered on her perfect bride smile, but I noticed Rowan watching her with new eyes. He'd heard enough through the door, I could tell. Miguel handed me a microphone. "The floor is yours." "Don't," Solstice hissed, grabbing my arm. "Please." For a moment, I hesitated. Then I remembered her words from earlier. She's doomed to be alone forever. I tapped the microphone, and the room fell silent. "Everyone, I'd like to make a toast to my sister." My voice was steady, surprising even me. "You all know Solstice. She's always been the family princess, the one who deserved the very best." Nervous laughter rippled through the crowd. Solstice's fingers dug deeper into my arm. "What you might not know is just how far some people would go to give her that very best." I gently pulled free from her grip. "Would you like to tell them, Solstice? Or should I?" "Greta," my mother warned from her table. "For instance, this beautiful venue?" I gestured around the room. "These crystal chandeliers, the hand-painted place cards, the 5-tier cake, all paid for by your supposedly career-obsessed big sister." The whispers grew louder. I saw Rowan's mother lean forward, her eyes narrowing. You see, while Solstice was telling everyone that her in-laws were funding this extravaganza, I was quietly maxing out my credit cards. While she was mocking my dedication to my career, that same career was financing her dream wedding. "That's enough." Solstice lunged for the microphone, but Miguel smoothly stepped between us. "No, I don't think it is enough," I continued, "because for years I've watched you tear me down to build yourself up. Every achievement I've earned, you've tried to overshadow. Every milestone I've reached, you've tried to steal. And I let you, because that's what good sisters do, right?" Camila stood up, raising her glass. "Tell them about the law school graduation, Greta." "Or the promotion party," Miguel added. "Or my grandson's christening," Rowan's mother suddenly spoke up, "when she announced her engagement during the ceremony." Solstice's perfect mask cracked. I didn't. But here's the thing, Solstice." I turned to face her directly. "I didn't pay for this wedding to hurt you. I did it because, despite everything, you're my sister. I wanted you to have your perfect day. All I asked was for you to let me have this one thing, my dignity." Tears streaked her makeup. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "Are you? Are you really?" I asked. "Or are you just sorry everyone knows the truth now?" "I didn't know." Rowan stood up, his voice tight. "Solstice, you told me my parents were paying. You let me believe. I can explain," she pleaded. "Explain what?" Rowan's mother demanded. "How you lied to my son? How you manipulated your own sister?" The room erupted in overlapping voices. I saw my father put his head in his hands, my mother dabbing at her eyes with a napkin. "Stop!" Solstice screamed, her voice cracking. "Just stop! Fine, I'm horrible. I'm manipulative. I'm jealous of my perfect sister who has everything I don't." "Everything you don't?" I laughed incredulously. "You have a man who loves you, a family who adores you, and a wedding that cost more than my car. What could you possibly be jealous of?" "Your confidence," she shot back. "Your success. The way you never seem to need anyone's approval. Do you know what it's like living in the shadow of someone who seems to do everything right?" The room fell silent. "Shadow?" I whispered. "You think you lived in my shadow?" "Solstice, everything I've ever done, you found a way to diminish. Every time I succeeded, you made sure everyone focused on what I was missing instead. Do you know how many times Mom has asked me why I can't be more like you? More feminine, more social, more focused on finding a husband?" Solstice faltered. "But you know what?" I placed the microphone on a nearby table. "This isn't about winning anymore. This is about truth. And the truth is, I'm done competing. I'm done trying to earn your respect or approval. I'm just done. I turned to leave, but Miguel caught my hand. Stay, he said softly. Don't let her drive you away again. The room held its breath. In that moment, I saw every face turn toward us, some sympathetic, some shocked, some angry. But for the first time in my life, I didn't care what any of them thought. No, I said clearly. I think it's time for the bride to enjoy her perfect wedding. After all, she's got everything she wanted. Right, Solstice? I made it halfway across the parking lot before I heard footsteps behind me. Greta, wait! It was Rowan. I turned to face my new brother-in-law, his bow tie askew and his face flushed. You can't leave like this. Watch me. Please, he caught up to me, slightly out of breath. Everything's falling apart in there. Solstice is hysterical. My mother is threatening to annul the marriage, and your parents are arguing about who's to blame for all this. Sounds like a typical family gathering to me. I dug through my clutch for my car keys. She told me everything, Rowan said quietly, after you left. About the money, about the lies, about all of it. I froze. And I don't know what to think anymore. The woman I married today, I'm not sure I know who she is. Sure you do. I turned to face him fully. She's the girl who always gets what she wants, no matter who she has to step on to get it. The girl who can cry on command and make everyone forget what she did wrong. The girl who's terrified of not being enough. Another voice cut in. My father emerged from the shadows, hands in his pockets. Who learned early on that if she couldn't be the best, she could at least be the most memorable? Dad, don't defend her. Not now. I'm not defending her, he said, moving closer. I'm trying to understand her, to understand both of you. Where did we go so wrong? Rowan shifted uncomfortably. I should go back inside. No, stay, Dad said. You're family now, for better or worse, and families face their problems together. That's rich, I laughed bitterly. Where was this family unity all the time Solstice was sabotaging my life? Right here, failing miserably. Dad's voice cracked. Every time we let her behavior slide, every time we told you to be the bigger person, we failed you both. The night air felt heavy with unspoken words. In the distance, I could hear music still playing from the reception, life going on as if my world hadn't just imploded. She's asking for you, Rowan said softly. Says she needs to tell you something. I've heard enough from her to last a lifetime. Greta, Dad stepped closer. Remember when you were 10 and Solstice cut up your favorite dress? Because I got better grades than her? How could I forget? No, he shook his head. Because she wanted to fix it. Make it prettier like the dresses in her magazines. She just didn't know how. What's your point? My point is, your sister doesn't know how to love without destroying things first. That's our fault, not hers. We taught her that attention equals love, and that being the best means making others feel worse. The reception doors opened again, spilling light across the parking lot. Solstice stood there, her perfect wedding dress now wrinkled, her makeup streaked with tears. Daddy? Her voice wavered. Is Greta still here? I'm here, I called out, surprising myself. Solstice stumbled forward in her heels, nearly falling. Rowan moved to help her, but she waved him off. I messed up, she said, her voice raw. I messed up so bad, and I don't know how to fix it. You can't fix it, I replied. You can't just say sorry and make everything okay this time. I know. She wrapped her arms around herself. But I need you to know something. All those times I tried to ruin your moments, it wasn't because I hated you. It was because I wanted to be you. What? You're so sure of yourself, so capable. Mom and Dad were always so proud of your achievements, and I I just wanted them to look at me that way too. They did look at you that way, I exploded. They still do. You're their precious princess who can do no wrong. No, Dad interrupted. We babied her. There's a difference. We praised you for your accomplishments, Greta, but we praised Solstice just for existing. We didn't do either of you any favors. Solstice took another step forward. The wedding? I never meant for you to pay for it. I just couldn't stand the thought of having less than you would have had. I'm not even engaged. But when you do get married, it'll be perfect, like everything else you do. She wiped her eyes. I wanted to beat you to it, to have something first, something better. The silence that followed was deafening. In that moment, standing in a dark parking lot with my crying sister, my confused brother-in-law, and my guilt-ridden father, I realized something important. This wasn't about winning anymore. It wasn't even about revenge. It was about breaking a cycle that had started long before any of us knew what we were doing. We should go back inside, Dad said, breaking the tense silence. Your mother's probably convinced we've all killed each other by now. I can't, Solstice whispered. Everyone in there knows what I did, what I am. They know you're human, Rowan said quietly. Just like the rest of us. Miguel appeared at the door, his silhouette backlit by the reception lights. Sorry to interrupt, but Mrs. Bailey, Rowan's mother, is threatening to make a scene if we don't start serving dinner soon. Of course she is, Solstice laughed weakly. Can't even get my public humiliation right. Hey, I found myself saying, nobody's getting humiliated tonight. Not anymore. What do you mean? Solstice looked up. Mascara streaked across her cheeks. I mean, we're going to fix this, together. I turned to Miguel. Still got that emergency kit in your car? 10 minutes later, Solstice sat in Miguel's passenger seat while I fixed her makeup. Dad and Rowan had gone back inside to calm the waters. I don't deserve this, she mumbled as I blended foundation over her tear tracks. Probably not, I agreed. But we're sisters. It's complicated. Why did you really pay for the wedding? She asked suddenly. The truth this time, I paused, makeup sponge in hand, because I wanted to prove I could, to prove that being career-focused and single didn't make me less capable of understanding romance and beauty and all the things you always said I was missing. That's messed up, she said. Yeah, well, so are we. I finished her makeup and stepped back. There, now you look like a bride again. Greta, her voice was small. Remember when we were kids and I used to sneak into your room during thunderstorms? Because you were scared of lightning? Yeah. I wasn't scared. She met my eyes in the mirror. I just wanted to be close to you. You always made everything feel safe. My throat tightened until you decided being close to me wasn't enough anymore. I never decided that, she protested. It just happened. The more everyone praised you, the more I felt like I had to be different, better, more. And the more you tried to tear me down to build yourself up. I finished. I'm sorry. She grabbed my hand. I know it's not enough, but I am. And not just because I got caught. Miguel knocked on the window. Ladies, Rowan's got everyone seated for dinner. He's telling them there was a small family matter that needed addressing. I helped Solstice out of the car, her wedding dress rustling. Ready to face the music? No, she admitted, but I don't have a choice, do I? There's always a choice, I said. You can go in there and pretend nothing happened, play the perfect bride like always, or you can be real for once. Let people see you're human. Let them see you're trying to be better. She gripped my arm. Will you help me? With what? Being better, being real. Her fingers trembled. Being your sister again. Inside, the reception had settled into an uneasy calm. Heads turned as we entered, whispers following in our wake. But this time, Solstice didn't pose or preen. She walked straight to the head table, picked up a microphone, and faced her guests. "I owe everyone an apology," she began, her voice shaking. "Especially my sister." Mom half rose from her seat, but Dad gently pulled her back down. "I've spent years trying to be perfect," Solstice continued, "trying to be better than everyone else, especially Greta. But the truth is, I've never been better than her, not where it counts." The room was silent now, all eyes on my sister as she finally told the truth. This beautiful wedding, every detail you've admired, that was Greta. She paid for it, planned it, made it perfect, not for her glory, but for mine. And how did I thank her? By mocking her in front of all of you. She turned to face me. "I can't undo what I've done, but I can try to be worthy of having a sister like you, if you'll let me try." The microphone trembled in her hand. The silence stretched, everyone waiting for my response. And for the first time in years, I saw my little sister, really saw her. Not the manipulative princess, not the attention-seeking drama queen, but the girl who used to crawl into my bed during storms, seeking safety in her big sister's presence. I stood up. "Well," I said, loud enough for everyone to hear, "I guess we have some work to do." The rest of the wedding reception transformed into something unexpected, real. The perfect facade cracked, letting authenticity shine through. Solstice kicked off her uncomfortable designer heels. Rowan loosened his bow tie, and somehow the celebration felt more genuine than before. "Dance with me," Miguel said, appearing at my elbow with 2 glasses of champagne. "Unless you're still planning your dramatic exit." I accepted the glass. "I think I've had enough drama for one night." As we swayed to the music, I watched Solstice and Rowan talking quietly with his parents in the corner. Whatever they were saying, it seemed intense but not angry. Progress, maybe. "You know," Miguel said, "when you hired me for this wedding, I thought you were crazy. Spending all that money on someone who treated you so badly?" "I was crazy," I admitted, "but maybe not for the reasons you think." "Oh? I thought I could buy her love, or at least her respect." I shook my head. "Turns out those things aren't for sale." "No," he agreed, "but sometimes they're free if you're brave enough to be honest." Across the room, Camilla was teaching my father some ridiculous dance move, making my mother laugh for the first time all evening. The tension that had suffocated the reception earlier had dissipated, replaced by something more genuine. "Greta?" Solstice approached, looking uncertain. "Can we talk?" Miguel squeezed my hand and stepped away. I followed my sister to a quiet corner. "Rowan's parents want to help pay for the wedding," she said. "They said it's not fair for you to shoulder everything alone." "It's already paid for." "I know, but..." She twisted her rings nervously. "They want to reimburse you, and I want to contribute too, from my savings." "Solstice, please," she cut me off. "Let me do this. Not because I have to, but because I want to. Because it's right." I studied her face, searching for the manipulation I'd grown so accustomed to seeing. Instead, I found something new: sincerity. "Okay," I said simply. She blinked. "Okay, just like that?" "Just like that. But I thought, after everything..." "Look," I set down my champagne glass. "We can't undo the past. We can't pretend those years of competition and hurt didn't happen. But maybe we can build something new, something real." "I'd like that," she whispered. Then, unexpectedly, she hugged me. Not her usual performative embrace, but a real tight hug, like when we were kids. "Besides," I added when she pulled back, "I hear Miguel's a pretty good wedding planner. Maybe he can help me plan my own someday." "About that," Solstice smiled sheepishly. I may have been a little hasty in judging your love life. He seems pretty great. He is, I agreed. But this isn't about him or Rowan or finding the perfect partner. It's about being okay with who we are right now. When did you get so wise? She teased, but her eyes were serious. Probably around the same time you got honest. The DJ announced the last dance of the night. Rowan appeared, holding out his hand to Solstice. May I have this dance, Mrs. Bailey? She took his hand, then surprised us both by grabbing mine too. Only if my sister joins us. And so we danced, the bride, the groom, and the sister who paid for it all. Not perfectly choreographed like Solstice had originally planned, but real and a little messy, and somehow better for it. As the night wound down, guests filing out with tired smiles, Solstice caught my arm one last time. Thank you, she said, not for the money or the planning or any of that. Thank you for not giving up on me, even when I gave you every reason to. That's what sisters do, I replied. The real ones, anyway. Mom and Dad joined us, both looking exhausted but happy. Well, Dad said, this wasn't quite the wedding we expected. No, I agreed, watching Miguel pack up the last of his planning materials. It was better. Because it was honest, Solstice added, surprising us all. Mom wiped away a tear. My girls, both of you, I'm sorry we didn't see what was happening all these years. We see it now, Dad said firmly, and that's what matters. As I drove home that night, Miguel following in his car, we did have that dinner date to plan after all, I realized something. The perfect wedding I'd helped create hadn't been the gift Solstice needed. The truth had been. And maybe, just maybe, it had been the gift I needed too. Because sometimes the most beautiful things aren't perfect at all. They're real and messy and honest, just like sisters should be.
I sat in my parents' living room, watching my brother Kaysen pace dramatically across the hardwood floors I'd secretly paid for. The same floors that had cost an extra $12,000 because Mom insisted on Brazilian cherry. The same floors I'd been told I wasn't welcome to walk on when I suggested they downsize 5 years ago. My name is Ren, and I'm the family failure who just finished paying off their mortgage. It's a temporary setback, Kaysen announced, running his hands through his perfectly styled hair. I just need everyone to pitch in a little. $20,000 should cover it until the next quarter. Aunt Natalia gasped sympathetically. Oh, sweetheart, of course we'll help. I took another sip of wine and kept my mouth shut. The familiar weight of disapproving stares pressed against my skin as relatives reached for their phones, already pulling up their banking apps. My sister Paisley shot me a pointed look from across the room. Ren, my mother Virginia's voice cut through the murmuring. Aren't you going to help your brother? I set my glass down carefully. No. The room went silent. Dad's jaw tightened, that familiar tension that always preceded a lecture about family loyalty. What do you mean, no? Kaysen demanded, stopping his theatrical pacing to stare at me. I mean no. I won't be contributing to your emergency fund. Mom stood up, hands clasped together like she was praying for patience. Ren, honestly, you work in finance. We all know you have the means to help. The means isn't the issue, I replied quietly. The answer is still no, Paisley scoffed. This is so typical. You always think you're better than us, don't you? Sitting there in your designer blazer, judging everyone. I glanced down at my Target clearance rack jacket and chose not to correct her. I'm not judging anyone. I'm just declining to participate. After everything this family has done for you? Mom's voice cracked with practiced emotion. We've always supported you, even when you insisted on moving out at 22. Because I got a job offer in the city, I interrupted. Even when you broke poor Harley's heart. He cheated on me with Summer. And now you can't even help your own brother in his time of need? Aunt Natalia shook her head sadly. Virginia, some people just don't understand family values. You've done your best with her. I watched as my cousin Layla shifted uncomfortably in her seat. She was the only one who'd bothered to ask what actually happened with Harley. $20,000 isn't help, I said evenly. It's enabling. Kaysen's face reddened. You don't know anything about business. This is a legitimate temporary cash flow issue. What's the business? I asked. He blinked. What? What's the name of your business? What does it do? Who are your clients? The silence stretched thin. Dad cleared his throat. Ren, that's enough. If you're not going to contribute anything positive to this conversation, maybe you should leave. I stood up, smoothing my discount blazer. You're right, I should. Running away again, Paisley muttered. So predictable. I paused at the doorway, looking back at the crown molding I'd funded, the fresh paint I'd financed, the family photos where I was consistently positioned at the edges. The final mortgage payment had cleared last week. 5 years of automatic transfers, 60 months of silent support, over $180,000 of my life poured into these walls. You know what's predictable? I said softly. The fact that none of you have ever asked how this house got saved from foreclosure 5 years ago. Not once. Mom waved her hand dismissively. Your father handled all that. Did he? Something in my tone made Dad look up sharply, but I was already walking away. Behind me, I could hear them returning to the familiar comfort of criticizing my attitude, my selfishness, my failure to meet their standards. I stepped out onto the porch, breathing in the cool evening air. My phone buzzed, probably another family member texting to express their disappointment in me. Instead, it was an email confirmation. Mortgage paid in full, auto-renewal canceled as requested. I smiled, looking back at the warm light spilling from the windows, at my family laughing and drinking inside. They had no idea what was coming. The thought should have made me sad, but all I felt was a strange, quiet peace. Let them laugh. Let them drink. Let them bask in the glow of their perfect family illusion for a few more weeks. Soon enough, they'd learn exactly what happens when the family failure finally fails them. I got in my car and drove away from the house I owned but never belonged in, leaving them to their borrowed time and borrowed luxury. Sometimes the best revenge isn't a bang, but a whisper. And I had 5 years' worth of whispers about to turn into screams. 5 years ago, I sat across from my parents at their kitchen table, watching them stare at the foreclosure notice like it was written in alien script. Mom's hands trembled as she clutched her coffee mug. Dad's face had aged 10 years overnight. We just need more time, he kept saying. The market will turn around. I knew it wouldn't. The housing crash had decimated their real estate investments, and Kaysen's failed restaurant venture had drained their savings. They'd refinanced twice already. There was nowhere left to turn. What about Kaysen? Mom asked desperately. He said his new business plan is another fantasy, I cut in, earning a sharp look from Dad. You know it is. Well, we have to do something, she snapped. We can't lose this house. What would people think? I pulled out my laptop and opened my banking app. I have a solution. Ren, please, Dad sighed. This isn't the time for your lectures about downsizing. No lectures. I turned the screen toward them. I can take over the mortgage payments. They stared at my account balance in silence. Years of living below my means, investing wisely, and staying out of drama had left me with substantial savings. Absolutely not, Dad said firmly. Why not? Because... He struggled. Because we're the parents. We take care of you, not the other way around. I laughed quietly. When was the last time you actually took care of me? The truth hung heavy between us. They hadn't supported me since college. Every crisis, every family emergency fund had gone to Kaysen or Paisley. I have conditions, I said, pulling out a document I'd prepared. The payments will be automatic, directly to the bank. No one else in the family needs to know. You keep living your life, maintain your image, whatever makes you happy. But this stays between us. Mom reached for the paper, but Dad pulled it away. This isn't right. Neither is losing everything because you won't accept help from the wrong child. His face reddened, but Mom grabbed his arm. Quentin, please, we don't have a choice. 2 hours later, the papers were signed. I'd become their secret savior, and they'd become my silent burden. The memory faded as my phone buzzed, bringing me back to the present. A text from Layla. Can we meet for coffee? That thing at the reunion. I need to talk to you. I met her at a quiet cafe downtown. She was already there, fidgeting with her cup sleeve. Kaysen's lying, she blurted out as soon as I sat down, about the business emergency. I know. No, you don't understand. He came to me first, before the reunion. Tried to get me to invest in some crypto scheme. When I refused, he got angry and admitted he's in debt to some really bad people. I stirred my coffee slowly. Not surprising. Aren't you worried about him? I stopped worrying about Kaysen's problems when I realized they're actually his choices. Layla leaned forward. There's something else. Aunt Virginia was talking to my mom yesterday. They're planning to ask you for more money. They think you're being selfish, hiding your wealth. I pulled out my phone and showed her the mortgage confirmation email. Her eyes widened. Wait, you've been paying for 5 years. Does anyone else know? They will soon. I put my phone away. The automatic payments have stopped. No renewal. Layla sat back, understanding dawning on her face. Oh my God, they're going to lose everything. They're going to lose what I gave them, I corrected. There's a difference. Ren, she hesitated. I get why you're doing this, but it's going to destroy them. No, it's going to expose them. They destroyed themselves a long time ago. My phone buzzed again. A text from Mom. We need to discuss something important. Come for dinner tomorrow? I showed Layla the message. She shook her head slowly. You're not like them, Ren, she said quietly. And they're going to learn that when it's too late. I declined Mom's dinner invitation with a simple, can't, work deadline. It wasn't exactly a lie. I did have work to do. Letting go of 5 years of silent resentment takes effort. But for the first time since I signed those mortgage papers, I felt lighter, free. Let them scramble. Let them scheme. Let them try to manipulate more money out of their family failure. The house of cards was already falling. They just didn't know it yet. I hugged Layla goodbye and walked to my car, leaving my coffee untouched. I didn't need caffeine anymore. The thought of what was coming was energy enough. My mother's number flashed across my phone screen for the 3rd time that morning. I let it ring while finishing up a work report, knowing exactly what was coming. When it finally stopped, a text appeared. Ren, please, this is important. Call me. I took a deep breath and dialed her number. She answered on the first ring. Finally, I've been trying to reach you all morning. I was in meetings, I lied. What's up? Well, she paused for dramatic effect. I wanted to talk to you privately about Kaysen's situation, away from all the drama at the reunion. I continued typing, letting the silence stretch. The thing is, sweetheart, we know you're comfortable, financially speaking, and family should help family quietly, don't you think? Without all the public discussion. Mom, just hear me out. 20,000 is a lot to ask publicly. I understand that. But maybe we could arrange something more discreet. A private contribution? I know you have money, Ren. We're family. The condescension in her tone made my fingers pause over the keyboard. 5 years of similar conversations flooded back. Always about Kaysen, always about money, always with that same patronizing voice. No, I said simply. Excuse me? I said no. I won't be contributing anything, publicly or privately. She sucked in a sharp breath. I don't understand why you're being so difficult about this. After everything we've done. What exactly have you done, Mom? I raised you. I supported your choices even when they were questionable. I laughed quietly. Name one choice of mine you actually supported. The silence was telling. This isn't about my choices, she finally said. This is about helping your brother in his time of need. Kayson's entire life is a time of need. I'm done enabling it. How dare you? He's trying to build something, to make something of himself. By scamming family members out of their savings? Another weighted pause. What are you talking about? Ask Layla about the crypto scheme he tried to pull her into. Or don't. I don't care anymore. You're just jealous, she snapped. You've always been jealous of your brother's ambition. I closed my laptop, suddenly tired. Goodbye, Mom. Don't you dare hang up on me. We're not finished. I ended the call and blocked her number. Within minutes, my phone exploded with notifications. Kayson had posted on social media. Some people don't understand loyalty. Sad when money matters more than family. Chas, toxic sibling. Chas, family first. Paisley commented. Some people were just raised different. Thank God Mom and Dad taught us better values. I screenshot the posts without commenting. Evidence for later. My work phone rang. It was Cole, my boss. Ren, got a minute? The Singapore account needs immediate attention. On it, I replied, grateful for the distraction. You okay? You sound tired. Family stuff. Nothing important. Ah, he said knowingly. Well, if you need to take some personal time, actually, I'd rather work. Work makes sense. That's why you're my best analyst. Speaking of which, that promotion we discussed, the paperwork's ready whenever you are. I glanced at my phone. 3 missed calls from Dad now. I'll stop by your office this afternoon. After hanging up, I checked my email. There it was, buried between meeting requests and quarterly reports. A notice from the bank. Mortgage closed. Contact us regarding new mortgage arrangement. I forwarded it to my parents' email address without comment. Let them puzzle over that for a while. My phone buzzed again. Layla. They're talking about getting a lawyer to force you to help. Something about family financial obligation laws. I snorted. Tell them to go ahead. I'd love to see their faces when they have to explain their finances in court. This is going to get ugly, isn't it? It's been ugly for years, Layla. The only difference is now everyone will see it. A final text came through, from an unknown number. I recognized Aunt Natalia's writing style. Your mother is in tears. I hope you're happy with yourself. We always knew you'd turn on your family eventually. Shame on you. I saved the message with the others. More evidence for the storm that was coming. Opening my desk drawer, I pulled out a folder labeled Family Finances. Inside were 5 years of mortgage payments, bank statements, and emails. Everything documented, everything dated. They wanted to talk about family obligations? Fine. Let's talk about all of them. The first panicked call came at 6 a.m. I watched my mother's name flash across my screen while sipping my morning coffee. By noon, I had 17 missed calls, 32 text messages, and 1 hysterical voicemail. Ren, something's wrong with the house paperwork. The bank says, I don't understand. Call me immediately. I forwarded the voicemail to my secure email, documenting everything. Then I went back to work. At 2 p.m., Paisley stormed into my office. I didn't bother asking how she got past security. What did you do? She demanded, slamming her hands on my desk. I calmly moved my coffee away from her trembling fingers. I assume Mom got the bank notice? The mortgage is closed. How is that even possible? Dad said everything was handled. Clearly not. Fix this, she hissed. Whatever game you're playing, fix it now. I leaned back in my chair. I'm not playing any games. The mortgage is paid off, that's all. Paid off? By who? Whom? Don't you dare get smart with me. Mom's having a breakdown, Dad's not making any sense, and Kayson— Let me guess, I interrupted. Kayson's disappeared? Her face flushed. He's dealing with some business matters. Is that what we're calling it now? My office phone buzzed. Ms. Walker, your 2:30 is here. Thank you. Send them in. I stood up. You need to leave, Paisley. I'm not going anywhere until— Security will remove you if necessary. Your choice. She grabbed her designer purse, probably bought with borrowed money, and pointed a manicured finger at me. "This isn't over. Family meeting tonight. Be there." "No." "Excuse me?" I said no, I'm done with family meetings. "You don't have a choice." I smiled thinly. "Actually, I do. That's what none of you have ever understood." My 2:30 appointment appeared in the doorway, Cole, with the promotion paperwork. Paisley took one look at him and stormed out, nearly knocking over a potted plant. "Family troubles?" Cole asked, raising an eyebrow. "Nothing I can't handle." My phone buzzed again. "Layla, your dad's at my parents' house. He's talking about second mortgages. Kayson's not answering anyone's calls." I replied, "Stay out of it. Trust me." Another text arrived, this time from Dad. "We need to talk face to face, now." I turned my phone off and focused on Cole. "Let's discuss that relocation package." By evening, my inbox was flooded. The family group chat had exploded. "Mom. Emergency family meeting tonight. Non-negotiable." Paisley. "Someone needs to explain where all the money went." Aunt Natalia. "I always said that house was too much trouble." Dad. "Everyone calm down. We'll sort this out." Kayson. No response. I stayed silent, watching the chaos unfold. Another message from Layla popped up. "They're saying you somehow sabotaged the mortgage, that you must have done something illegal." I laughed out loud in my empty apartment. If they only knew how legal everything had been. How meticulously I documented every payment, every transaction, every conversation for 5 years. My landline rang, the one number they didn't have. It was Cole. "Promotion paperwork's processed. You can start in the Seattle office next month if you want." I looked around my apartment, at the boxes I'd already started packing. Perfect timing. "Everything okay? You seemed tense earlier." "Just watching a house of cards collapse." "Anything I should worry about?" "No," I said, smiling as another frantic text lit up my phone. "Everything's falling exactly where it should." After hanging up, I finally checked the voicemail Mom had left an hour ago. "We're having a family meeting tomorrow at 7 p.m. Your attendance is not optional. If you don't show up, we'll know exactly what kind of person you really are." I typed out a single response to the group chat. "I'll be there, and I'm bringing receipts." Then I opened my safe and pulled out the folder containing 5 years of mortgage statements, bank transfers, and emails. Everything that proved who had really been holding up their perfect family facade. Tomorrow, they'd learn what kind of person I really was. The kind who kept every receipt, documented every lie, and finally stopped setting herself on fire to keep others warm. Let them call their emergency meeting. I had an inferno of truth, ready to burn their illusions to ash. I arrived at exactly 7 p.m., folder tucked under my arm. The house was lit up like Christmas, every room blazing as if they were trying to burn away their problems with electricity. I wondered if they'd noticed I'd been paying that bill too. Mom opened the door before I could knock. "Finally, everyone's waiting." The living room was packed. Dad occupied his usual armchair, looking older than I'd ever seen him. Paisley paced by the window, while Aunt Natalia and Uncle Alexander whispered on the couch. Even Layla was there, perched uncomfortably on an ottoman. Kayson was conspicuously absent. "Where's the golden child?" I asked, setting my folder on the coffee table. "He's unavailable," Mom said tightly. "Now we need to discuss." "Let me guess. He's gone dark because his business emergency was actually a gambling debt?" Paisley stopped pacing. "How did you—" "Because I'm not an idiot." I sat down, crossing my legs. "So, who wants to start?" Dad leaned forward. "The bank says our mortgage account is closed, completely paid off, but that's impossible." "Is it?" "Of course it is," Mom burst out. "We had years left on the payments. The bank must have made a mistake." "No mistake." I opened my folder and pulled out the first document. "The mortgage has been paid in full, all 60 months of payments, right on schedule." Aunt Natalia frowned. "Quentin, you said you were handling the mortgage." "I was," Dad protested. "I mean, I thought—" There was an arrangement. Yes, I said quietly. There was. I laid out the bank statements one by one. 5 years of automatic transfers, each one highlighted. The room fell silent as they stared at the numbers. This is impossible, Mom whispered. These payments, they're from my account. Yes. But that's over $100,000. $183,420 to be exact. I placed the final statement on top, plus property taxes, insurance, and utilities. Paisley grabbed one of the papers. I don't understand. Why would you? Because 5 years ago this house was about to be foreclosed. Remember that, Dad? After Kaysen's restaurant failed and drained your savings? He wouldn't meet my eyes. You've been paying our mortgage? Mom's voice was small. All this time? Someone had to, and we all know it wouldn't be Kaysen. Why didn't you tell us? Aunt Natalia demanded. I laughed. Would it have mattered? Would it have changed how you treated me? How you all talked about me? You're just doing this to hurt us, Paisley accused, her voice cracking. To make us look bad. Hurt you? I stood up slowly. I carried you, all of you. For 5 years I carried this family while you called me selfish, while you praised Kaysen's ambition and mocked my career, while you told everyone I was a failure because I wouldn't help the family. Layla spoke up from her corner. That's why you never bought a house of your own. Couldn't afford both mortgages, not that anyone ever asked why I was still renting. Mom started crying, real tears this time, not her usual performance. But why stop now? Why tell everyone like this? Because I'm done. The mortgage is paid. The automatic payments have stopped. And now, you all get to experience what it's like when the family failure finally fails you. We'll lose everything, Dad said hoarsely. No. You'll lose what I gave you. There's a difference. I gathered my documents back into the folder. You have 30 days to figure out new arrangements. I suggest you start by asking Kaysen about that $20,000 he needed. I'm sure he'll be happy to help, given his family values. Ren, please. Mom reached for my arm. We can talk about this. We could have talked about it 5 years ago, or 4 years ago, or any time in between. But you didn't want to talk. You wanted to take and judge and pretend. I pulled away from her grasp. The pretending stops now. You can't just walk away, Paisley protested. We're family. No, I said, heading for the door. We're just people who share DNA and a mortgage I paid for. There's a difference there, too. I left them in their borrowed luxury, surrounded by the evidence of their hypocrisy. Behind me, I could hear Mom starting to sob, Dad trying to talk about refinancing options. Aunt Natalia already on the phone spreading the news. Let them scramble. Let them cry. Let them finally face the truth about their perfect family and their failure daughter. I had receipts for everything, except their love. And that, I realized, was the only debt that really mattered. The fallout spread through the family like wildfire. By morning, my phone was flooded with messages from relatives I hadn't heard from in years. Some were furious, calling me manipulative and cruel. Others suddenly wanted to reconnect, probably hoping I had more secret money to share. I deleted them all. Layla's text was the only one I read. They're more angry at being exposed than at what they did to you. I was in Cole's office when Paisley made her second appearance at my workplace. Your sister's here again, my assistant messaged. Security is asking what to do. Don't let her up, I replied, then turned back to Cole. About that Seattle position. The office is ready whenever you are. He studied my face. Family still giving you trouble? Not for much longer. I signed the transfer papers. When can I start? Next month. But Ren. He hesitated. Are you sure you want to leave like this? My phone buzzed. Aunt Natalia posting in the family group chat. Just heard from Virginia. The refinancing application was denied. How could you do this to your own parents? I showed Cole the message. Pretty sure. Back at my desk, I found an email from Kaysen, the first contact since he disappeared. Need to talk, I can explain everything. Please don't tell Mom and Dad about the casino debts. Delete. My office phone rang, a number I didn't recognize. Is this Ren? A familiar voice asked. My stomach tightened. Harley? Hey. Long time no talk. My ex's voice was tentative. I heard what's happening with your family. From who? Summer? I named his wife pointedly. Look, I know we ended badly, but I always cared about you. If you need someone to talk to? I hung up. Some people never change. They just wait for moments of weakness. Another message from Layla. Kaysen finally showed up. He's trying to convince everyone he can fix this with some new investment scheme. Uncle Alexander is actually considering it. I replied, their choice, not my problem anymore. My phone rang again. Mom, what do you want? Your father and I have been talking, she said, her voice shaking. We understand you're hurt, but surely we can work something out. Maybe a new payment plan? No. Ren, please. This house, it's our home. No, Mom. It was my investment. One that never paid off. She started crying again. How can you be so cold? After everything. After everything you did? Or everything you didn't do? I'm your mother. Only when it costs me something. I ended the call and turned back to my computer, where an email from the Seattle office waited. My new apartment was ready, fully furnished as requested. New city, new start, new life. My desk phone buzzed again. Ms. Walker, there's a delivery for you. A large envelope arrived from the bank, final confirmation of the mortgage closure and a refund check for overpayment. $1,200, the last ghost of my 5-year sacrifice. Layla called just as I was leaving the office. They're saying you planned this all along, that you deliberately set them up to fail. I laughed. They really can't accept that they did this to themselves, can they? Aunt Virginia's moving in with Paisley next week. The house. They can't keep it. I know. Kaysen's talking about moving to Florida. Something about a fresh start. Running away, you mean? Yeah. She paused. Are you really moving to Seattle? Next month. Will you ever come back? I looked at the refund check on my desk. Nothing to come back to. That night, I sat in my half-packed apartment and opened my laptop. The family group chat was still exploding. Mom. Please, everyone pray for our family in this difficult time. Paisley. Can't believe my own sister would do this to us. Aunt Natalia. Some people just don't have hearts. Uncle Alexander. Maybe Kaysen's new investment idea could help. I left the chat without commenting. Let them spin their stories. Let them play their roles. Let them convince themselves they were the victims. The truth had a way of lasting longer than lies. My phone lit up one final time, a message from Mom. Tell me this didn't give you joy. I stared at the words for a long moment before typing my response. Joy? No. Freedom? Yes. Then I blocked her number, turned off my phone, and started packing the rest of my life into boxes. Sometimes the heaviest things we carry are the expectations of people who never carried us at all. And sometimes the best revenge is simply walking away, leaving them to face the emptiness they created. The estate auction notice arrived in my email 3 weeks later. Someone, probably Layla, had added me to the distribution list. The photos showed my parents' house stripped bare, each room a hollow echo of its former pretense. I didn't delete the email. Instead, I printed it out and added it to my folder. One last receipt. My phone rang. Cole calling from Seattle. Your office is ready. When are you flying out? Tomorrow morning. I looked around my empty apartment. Just one stop to make first. You sure that's wise? I thought about the letter in my purse. No, but it's necessary. The morning of the auction dawned cold and clear. I parked across the street, watching potential buyers file into the house where I'd poured 5 years of my life. Each one carried a bidder's number, ready to pick apart the remnants of my family's facade. Mom and Dad stood off to the side, looking small and old. Paisley hovered nearby, probably already planning how to spin this on social media. No sign of Kaysen. Last I heard, he'd actually gone through with moving to Florida. I waited until the auction started before approaching the house. No one noticed me. They were too busy bidding on the Brazilian cherry floors I'd paid for. The mailbox still worked. I slipped the envelope inside, unsigned, built on silence, maintained in shame. Let it fall with your lies. I wondered if you'd come. I turned to find Layla standing behind me. Just saying goodbye, I said. To the house? Or to them? Both, neither. I shrugged. Does it matter? She glanced at the auction scene. Aunt Virginia's been telling everyone you'll change your mind, that you'll swoop in at the last minute and save them again. Of course she is. Will you? I laughed softly. Would you? Inside, I could hear the auctioneer's voice rising. Sold to bidder number 47. Mom's cry carried across the lawn. Dad put his arm around her, but his face was blank, defeated. Paisley was already walking away, phone to her ear, probably calling her husband to complain about having to house her parents. They're saying you destroyed the family, Layla said quietly. The family destroyed itself. I just stopped holding the pieces together. A moving truck pulled up. The new owners weren't wasting any time. I watched as Mom sank to her knees, her perfect image finally cracking completely. Shouldn't you? Layla gestured toward them. No. I turned away. I've spent enough time picking up their pieces. My phone buzzed, a text from Kaysen. Found out about the gambling debts, didn't you? That's why you stopped the payments. Real nice, sis. Real nice. I showed Layla the message. She shook her head. Still making it about him. Some things never change. But some things do. I deleted his number. My flight leaves in 3 hours. Seattle, right? New job? New everything. She hugged me suddenly. They never deserved you, you know. I know. That's why I'm leaving. Behind us, the auctioneer continued. Next item. Family portrait collection, including frames. I didn't stay to hear the bids. Some things weren't worth their price, no matter how much you paid. Back in my car, I took one last look at the house. Mom had recovered enough to stand, leaning heavily on Dad. Paisley was back, gesturing dramatically as she talked to the auctioneer. The new owners were already measuring for renovations. My phone lit up with notifications. Mom, if you're reading this, it's not too late, please. Paisley, hope you're happy with yourself. Aunt Natalia, some daughter you turned out to be. Layla, safe travels, don't look back. I started the engine and pulled away from the curb. In my rearview mirror, I watched the house shrink, becoming smaller and less significant with each passing block. The guilt I'd expected to feel never came. Instead, there was only a quiet certainty, a peaceful understanding that some debts can never be repaid. Not because they're too large, but because they were never valid to begin with. At a red light, I opened my banking app and looked at my account. Without the mortgage payments, my balance was higher than it had ever been. Enough for a down payment on my own house, maybe. Or investments that would actually pay returns. The light turned green. I drove toward the airport, leaving behind the house that was never a home, the family that was never mine, and the weight of expectations I was finally strong enough to set down. Sometimes the heaviest chains are the ones we forge ourselves, and sometimes the strongest thing we can do is finally let them break. The Seattle rain tapped against my office window as I reviewed the quarterly reports. My phone buzzed. Layla's weekly check-in. You'll never guess who showed up at my door yesterday. Kaysen, back from Florida claiming he's found himself, asked if I knew your new address. I smiled. What did you tell him? That he lost the right to know that information about $180,000 ago. My assistant knocked, holding a certified letter. This just arrived for you. The bank's logo caught my eye. Inside was a check for $200. Final account reconciliation, overpayment refund. I stared at the amount, the exact cost of the Brazilian cherry flooring my mother had insisted on. The universe had a sense of humor after all. Still there? Layla asked. Yeah, just got the last piece of the puzzle. Speaking of pieces, did you see Paisley's social media post? I hadn't. I'd blocked them all months ago. But I could imagine something sanctimonious about forgiveness and family loyalty, probably with a filtered photo of her comforting our mother. Mom and Dad are living in her guest house now, Layla continued. She makes sure everyone knows what a sacrifice she's making, though she conveniently leaves out the part about charging them rent. Of course she does. I picked up the check again. Hey, want to help me do something? An hour later, I was on a video call with the director of a women's financial independence charity. Ms. Walker, this donation is incredibly generous, she said, looking at the $200 figure on the form. May I ask what inspired it? Let's just say I understand the importance of financial freedom. After the call, Layla texted, perfect use for that money. Better than Brazilian cherry floors. My office phone rang. Cole. That Singapore account you restructured? Board's impressed. They're talking promotion. Again. Thanks, but I'm good where I am. You sure? It's a big opportunity. I looked out at the Seattle skyline, at my reflection in the rain-streaked window. I've learned that bigger isn't always better. Sometimes enough is exactly right. That evening I found a letter in my mailbox. No return address, but I recognized Layla's handwriting on the envelope. Inside was a photo from the auction. My parents standing lost in their empty house, Paisley dramatically consoling Mom, the auctioneer's gavel mid-fall. But in the background, through the window, you could just make out my figure at the mailbox, leaving my final message. I pinned it to my bulletin board, not as a reminder of what I'd lost, but of what I'd gained by letting go. My phone lit up with a news alert. Local restaurant chain files for bankruptcy. The owner's quote caught my eye. Despite significant family investment. I didn't need to read further. Kayson's latest venture, undoubtedly funded by whatever he'd squeezed from our relatives after Florida. The charity sent a confirmation email. Your donation will help 3 women escape financial abuse this month. I replied with one more donation, this time in Layla's name. She'd earned it. A final text came through as I was making dinner. An unknown number, but I knew who it was. Your father's having heart problems. Paisley's struggling with the medical bills. If you have any humanity left. I blocked Mom's new number and added it to my collection. She'd gone through 6 phones trying to reach me. Opening my laptop, I started typing, Dear Mom, I've been carrying this letter in my head for months. But today I realized something. You don't need to read it. I don't need you to understand. I don't need you to approve. I don't need you to change. I just need to be free. So this letter will never be sent. Like the mortgage I paid, the silence I kept, and the daughter you wanted me to be. It's something I'm letting go. Goodbye, Ren. I saved the file but didn't print it. Some words are more powerful unspoken. Instead, I opened my banking app and set up a new automatic payment, this time to my own future. No more mortgages built on silence, no more love measured in dollar signs. The rain had stopped. Through my window, I could see stars emerging in the clearing sky. Each one a tiny light, breaking through the darkness. Each one free, shining on its own terms. I thought about that last check, now transformed into something meaningful. Something that would help others break their own chains. Sometimes the best revenge isn't revenge at all. Sometimes it's simply becoming who you were always meant to be. Free.
The day I served my husband divorce papers, my mother called me a disgrace to the family name. She spat the words through the phone like venom, each syllable burning holes in what remained of my heart. That was the moment I realized blood ties can strangle you just as effectively as any rope. My name is Serenity, and this isn't a story about forgiveness. This is a story about justice served cold with a side of carefully calculated karma. You're making a terrible mistake, Mom hissed. Maximus has been nothing but generous to this family. He gave you everything. I stood in our marble-floored kitchen, his kitchen, really, staring at my reflection in the window. A woman I barely recognized stared back, her left cheek still slightly swollen from last week's discussion about household expenses. He gave me bruises, Mom. He gave me anxiety attacks and empty bank accounts. Don't you dare! He explained about your episodes, your paranoia. We all know you've been unstable lately. I laughed then, a hollow sound that echoed off the expensive walls. Did he explain why I found lipstick on his collar, or why our joint account is suddenly empty? You ungrateful little... She stopped herself, but I could hear her breathing heavily. Your father wants to speak with you. Dad's voice came through next, calm and maddeningly reasonable. Serenity, honey, you're choosing the hard way here. Think about what you're throwing away. Think about the family. I am thinking about family, I whispered. Why aren't you? The doorbell rang. My hands shook as I opened it, finding Ellie on the doorstep. My older sister's face was set in stone, her designer handbag clutched like a shield. You need to stop this nonsense right now, she announced, pushing past me into the foyer. Do you have any idea what you're doing to Mom? To all of us? Hello to you too, sis. I closed the door softly. Did Maximus call you? He didn't have to. Sarah saw you at the courthouse. Ellie's heel tapped an angry rhythm on the imported tile. Filing divorce papers? Are you insane? Probably, I smiled thinly. But not for the reasons you think. He told us everything. She stepped closer, jabbing a manicured finger at my chest. About the money you've been hiding, the men you've been seeing, your little mental breakdowns. My phone buzzed. A text from Bailey. Mom's crying. Fix this. Of course he did, I said quietly. And you all believed him. Just like that. Because it makes sense. Ellie threw her hands up. You've always been jealous of successful people, always playing the victim. God, I can't believe you're doing this to us. The front door opened again. Maximus strode in, his presence filling the space like a storm cloud. He looked exactly like what he was, handsome, wealthy, respected, the perfect mask. Ah, Ellie, thank you for coming. His voice dripped concern. Serenity's been unstable today. I watched him kiss my sister's cheek, watched her melt into his active, worried husband. 10 years of marriage crystallized into this single moment of clarity. The papers are on the counter, I said. Your lawyer can contact mine. Sweetheart. He stepped toward me, all gentle authority. Let's discuss this privately. You're not thinking clearly. Don't. I backed away. Don't touch me. See? Ellie gestured frantically. This is exactly what he was talking about, the paranoia, the accusations. My phone buzzed again. Sarah, this time. You're dead to me. I looked between them, my sister, my husband, and saw the future with perfect clarity. They'd already chosen sides. The narrative was written, and I wasn't the hero of their story. I'll get my things, I said. Don't bother. Maximus's mask slipped just for a second. You'll be hearing from my lawyer about the theft accusations. I walked out with my purse, my car keys, and the clothes on my back. Behind me, I heard Ellie consoling him, heard the performance of his pain and confusion. I drove until the gas light came on, pulled into a motel parking lot, and finally let myself cry. They thought I would disappear into shame and silence. They expected me to crawl back, apologizing for my delusions. What they didn't know, what none of them suspected, was that I'd been watching, recording, gathering, every transaction, every lie, every carefully hidden skeleton in Maximus's golden closet. I wiped my eyes, opened my laptop, and created a new folder. I named it The House Maximus Built and began to type. They wanted me gone? Fine. But I'd be damned if I went quietly. Sometimes the best revenge isn't a scream. It's a whisper, years in the making that brings down empires. 10 years can change everything or nothing at all. I run my fingers across the sleek surface of my desk, admiring how the morning sun catches the awards displayed on my wall. Serenity Designs, Excellence in Interior Design reads the newest one. My clients love how I transform spaces from cold to welcoming, from chaos to calm. They don't know I learned those skills by rebuilding myself from scratch. My phone buzzes. It's Celeste. "Dad's getting sloppy," she says without preamble. "He thinks I don't notice, but he's been moving money around like crazy." "Are you being careful?" I ask, pulling up my secure email. "Please, I learned from the best." She pauses. "He has no idea I still talk to you. None of them do." I smile, remembering the day Maximus's teenage daughter showed up at my office 3 years ago. She'd tracked me down through my business website, armed with her father's password-protected documents and a lifetime of her own grievances. "I've got copies of everything," Celeste continues, "sending them now, the encrypted way, like you showed me." My laptop pings. Another piece of the puzzle clicks into place. The door chimes and Rocky walks in, carrying coffee. My boyfriend of 2 years knows exactly what I need on these morning deep dives into Maximus's world. "Still at it?" he asks, setting my cup down. "Almost done." I gesture to my screen. 10 years of financial records don't organize themselves. "You know," he says carefully, "you could just turn this over to the feds now. You have enough." I shake my head. "Not yet. It needs to be perfect." My phone rings again. This time it's my therapist, Dr. Marshall. "Just checking in," she says when I answer. "Today's a big anniversary." 10 years since the divorce, I confirm. "I'm okay." "Are you still planning to—" "Yes." I cut her off gently. "But not for revenge anymore, for justice." There's a difference? I think about the years of rebuilding, the nights I spent sleeping in my car until I could afford an apartment, the clients I slowly accumulated while working 3 jobs, the careful documentation of every rumor, every whistleblower account, every financial discrepancy in Maximus's empire. Revenge burns fast, I tell her. Justice burns clean. After we hang up, I open my special folder. The house Maximus built has grown from a few desperate notes into a comprehensive dossier. Bank statements, offshore accounts, witness testimonies, photos of his mistresses and his victims. Rocky reads over my shoulder. "Holy shit, is that really—" "Yep." I point to a particular transaction. "He's been running a Ponzi scheme through his investment firm, among other things." "And Celeste got you this?" "Some of it." I start organizing the new files. The rest came from disgruntled employees, public records, and good old-fashioned patience. My email pings again. This time it's from an anonymous account I know well, another former employee of Maximus's firm, feeding me information. "You should see this," the message reads. "Attached is a video file." I play it. Maximus appears, holding court in what looks like a board meeting. He's older now, grayer, but still radiating that same toxic charm. "We'll restructure the Jensen account," he's saying. "Move everything offshore before the audit, the usual cleanup." I save the video, add it to my evidence file. Then I open my contact list and scroll to VR. Vincenzo Ross, FBI Financial Crimes Division. "Not yet," Rocky warns, reading my mind. "No," I agree, "but soon." I close my laptop and walk to the window. My office overlooks the same courthouse where I filed for divorce a decade ago. Sometimes I see women walking those steps, clutching papers and hope, just like I did. My phone buzzes with a text from Celeste. "Dad's hosting a family dinner tonight. Your family will be there too, all of them." I can picture it perfectly. My parents, still proud to be associated with their successful son-in-law. Ellie and Sarah basking in his generosity. Bailey accepting whatever narrative keeps the peace. "Let them eat cake," I text back. I return to my desk and open a fresh manila envelope. The label VR stares back at me, waiting. 10 years of evidence, of patience, of calculated documentation, all leading to this moment. "You're sure?" Rocky asks one more time. I think about my mother's last words to me, about Ellie's accusations, about every family dinner I wasn't invited to, every holiday I spent alone, every night I cried myself to sleep while they celebrated with my abuser. "I'm sure," I say, and begin to fill the envelope. It's time they learned what justice tastes like. Breaking news flashes across my TV screen. Prominent investment firm CEO arrested in massive fraud investigation. The camera zooms in on Maximus being led out of his office in handcuffs, his perfect suit wrinkled, his famous smile nowhere to be seen. Sources say the investigation was triggered by an anonymous whistleblower, the reporter continues. Documents provided to federal authorities revealed a decade-long pattern of financial fraud. My phone starts buzzing. First, a text from Mom. "Are you watching the news? Please call me." I sip my coffee, watching it go to voicemail. Rocky sits beside me on the couch. Here we go. The calls keep coming. Bailey, Sarah, Ellie, each one straight to voicemail. I've waited 10 years for this moment. I can wait a few more minutes to hear their desperate explanations. "Serenity, it's Mom again. We need to talk. As a family. Please call back." Delete. "Sis, it's Bailey. Look, I know things have been rough, but we're all meeting at Mom and Dad's tonight. You should come." Delete. My doorbell rings. I check the security camera. It's Sarah, mascara running down her face. "Don't answer it," Rocky warns. "I won't." I turn up the TV volume instead. Investigators estimate losses could exceed $50 million. Multiple high-profile clients have already come forward. Sarah's voice carries through the door. "Serenity, I know you're in there. Please, we need to talk." My phone buzzes again. This time it's Ellie, her text dripping with familiar condescension. "This is your chance to stop being bitter. Help us." I laugh out loud. "Help them? Now they want my help?" Rocky squeezes my hand. "You okay?" "Never better." I forward Ellie's text to my evidence folder. "Watch this." I dial my voicemail and put it on speaker. "Serenity, honey, it's Dad. I know we haven't always seen eye to eye, but your mother's beside herself. Whatever happened in the past, we're still family. Call us." Sarah's still pounding on my door. "Please, my savings, everything's frozen. We need to figure this out." I walk to the door but don't open it. "Figure what out, Sarah?" "Oh, thank God." She sniffles loudly. "Please let me in. I need to explain." "Explain what? How you called me a liar, a gold digger? How you told me I was dead to you?" "That was 10 years ago. People change." "Yes," I say quietly. "They do." My phone rings again. This time it's Celeste. "They're panicking," she says when I answer. "Dad's lawyers are saying everyone's assets might be seized. Mom's having a meltdown." "Are you safe?" "I'm at college. Dad never put my tuition in his accounts, thank God." She pauses. "They're all at your parents' house trying to figure out what to do." Sarah's still pleading through the door. "Just talk to me. We can fix this." I check my watch. Investigator Ross should be serving more warrants right about now. Time to move to the next phase. "Sarah," I call through the door. "I'll think about it. Come back tomorrow." "Promise?" "Promise." Her footsteps finally retreat. I turn to Rocky. "Ready for phase 2? He grins. "Born ready." I pick up my phone and dial Investigator Ross. "Right on schedule," he answers. "You should see their faces when we freeze the accounts." "Any problems?" "None. Your documentation was perfect. 10 years of evidence. You didn't miss a thing." I hang up and check my messages again. 7 missed calls, 12 texts, 2 emails. "Serenity," Mom's latest voicemail pleads. "Whatever issues we've had, family helps family. That's what we do." I delete it and turn to Rocky. "Family helps family? Where was that attitude 10 years ago? Want to show them the recordings from back then?" "Not yet." I smile. remembering every cruel word they'd thrown at me. Let them sweat first. My phone buzzes one more time. A text from Ellie. Mom's having chest pains. Hope you're happy with yourself. I forward that one to my evidence folder too. Every manipulation, every guilt trip, every desperate attempt to pull me back into their drama, it's all going in the file. You know they'll figure it out eventually, Rocky says, that you were the whistleblower. I'm counting on it. I turn off my phone and walk to my office. The manila envelope labeled VR sits empty on my desk, its contents now spreading through federal investigations like wildfire. Let them piece it together, I tell Rocky. Let them realize that while they were playing happy family with my abuser, I was documenting every lie, every scheme, every crime. The news keeps playing in the background. More arrests expected as investigation widens. I smile. The house Maximus built is falling down, and I made sure my family was inside when it collapsed. Morning sunlight streams through my kitchen window as I pour my coffee and open my laptop. Time to review yesterday's messages. I hit play on the first voicemail, recording it with screen capture software. Evidence is everything. Serenity? Mom's voice trembles. The FBI was just here. They're saying terrible things about Maximus, about the money. Please call me back. Next message. Hey sis, it's Bailey. Remember that loan I gave Maximus last year? My account's frozen. I know we haven't talked, but... Delete. My doorbell rings. Sarah again, but this time she's not alone. Ellie stands beside her, both of them looking like they haven't slept. 2 minutes, I say through the door. That's all we need. Ellie's voice has lost its usual edge. I let them in, noting how they flinch at my direct gaze. They sit on my couch like strangers, clutching their designer bags. Nice place, Sarah manages. Thanks. I decorated it myself, after I lost everything. Ellie winces. Serenity, please, we're not here to fight. No? I sit across from them. Why are you here? We need your help, Sarah blurts out. You're the only one who really knew how Maximus handled money. The FBI is asking questions. And you thought I'd help you answer them? I laugh softly. Interesting. Don't be like this, Ellie snaps, then catches herself. Sorry, we're scared. Scared? I pull out my phone, scroll through old photos. Like I was scared when Maximus threw me down the stairs, when he emptied our accounts, when he turned my whole family against me. We didn't know, Sarah starts. You didn't want to know. I show them the photo, my bruised face from 10 years ago. I tried to tell you, all of you. Remember what you said, Ellie? She looks away. I was wrong. Say it. What did you say? I said you were making it up for attention. Tears spill down her cheeks. That you were jealous of his success. My phone buzzes. A text from Celeste. Dad's lawyers are pleading for a deal. He's naming names. The FBI agent, Sarah says suddenly. He mentioned a whistleblower. Someone who'd been collecting evidence for years. I meet her gaze steadily. Did he? Understanding dawns in her eyes. Oh God, it was you? Does it matter? I stand up. You should go. Wait! Ellie grabs my arm. Please. Mom's in the hospital. Anxiety attack. Dad's about to lose his retirement. You need? I carefully remove her hand. Like I needed my family 10 years ago? Sarah starts sobbing. We're sorry. Is that what you want to hear? We're sorry. Sorry doesn't pay back 10 years of holidays alone. Sorry doesn't erase the nights I slept in my car. Sorry doesn't fix what you broke. My phone rings. Investigator Ross. I answer on speaker. Ms. Ward, we're ready for your statement whenever you're available. Ellie's face goes pale. Sarah stops crying. I'll be there this afternoon, I tell him. After I hang up, silence fills the room. My sisters stare at me like they're seeing a stranger. You're going to testify against him? Ellie whispers. No, I smile. I already did, months ago. Today's just the formal statement. Sarah stands shakily. All this time? You were building a case? I was delivering justice, the kind you all denied me. Mom will never forgive you, Ellie says, but her voice lacks conviction. Mom never forgave me for telling the truth the first time. At least this time I have proof. They leave quietly, defeated. Through my window, I watch them climb into Ellie's Mercedes, probably one of the last times they'll enjoy such luxury. My phone buzzes again, a text from Rocky. How'd it go? Exactly as expected, I reply. They wanted help hiding their involvement. And? I think about Sarah's tears, Ellie's desperation. For a moment, I feel a flicker of the sister I used to be, the one who would have done anything to help family. But that sister died the night they chose Maximus over me. And nothing, I text back. Some things can't be fixed with sorry. I open my laptop and pull up the file I've been building, not just Maximus's crimes, but every text, every voicemail, every cruel word my family threw at me, every bit of evidence showing how they enabled him, defended him, chose him. Tomorrow, I'll give my statement. I'll look Maximus in the eye and tell the truth, all of it. And my family will finally understand that karma doesn't care about blood ties. They taught me that lesson, after all. I'm just returning the favor. The federal building's lobby feels colder than I remember. Investigator Ross meets me at security, his face professionally neutral, but his eyes kind. Ready? He asks, leading me to a conference room. I've been ready for 10 years. Inside, his team has spread my evidence across the table, printouts, photos, transcripts. A decade of patience laid bare under fluorescent lights. Your documentation is incredible, Ross says, closing the door. Most whistleblowers bring us fragments. You brought us a complete narrative. I had time. I pick up a photo of Maximus at a charity gala, my family clustered around him like moths to flame. And motivation. About that. Ross sits across from me. We can offer you witness protection, new identity, new location. No. I set the photo down. I won't hide. Not anymore. He has powerful friends. Had, I correct him. Past tense. A knock at the door. Another agent enters with fresh coffee and more files. The daughter's here. Celeste walks in, tall and composed in her college sweater. She hugs me tight before sitting down. Dad's lawyers called again, she tells Ross. They're pushing for a deal. Let them push. Ross opens a folder. We have enough to put him away for decades. My phone buzzes. A text from Rocky. Your mum's outside the building. Ignore her, Celeste says, reading over my shoulder. She tried calling me too. Wanted me to talk sense into you. Ross clears his throat. Let's focus on your statement. Start from the beginning. I tell them everything. The abuse, the gaslighting, the financial manipulation. How Maximus built his empire on lies and fraud, using my family's reputation to lure in victims. And this account? Ross points to a spreadsheet. The one he used to hide money from his investors? That was his insurance policy, Celeste explains. He bragged about it at dinner once. Thought I wasn't paying attention. Another knock. An agent whispers something to Ross, who nods. Your mother's demanding to see you, he tells me. Security's holding her in the lobby. Let her wait. I continue my statement, describing how Maximus laundered money through fake charities my parents proudly supported. Hours pass. My throat goes dry from talking. Finally, Ross sits back. This is more than enough, he says. The prosecution will be in touch about testimony schedules. In the lobby, Mom's still waiting. She looks smaller somehow, her designer outfit wrinkled from sitting too long. Serenity! She rushes forward. Please, you have to stop this. Hello, Mother. My voice stays steady. How's your anxiety? How can you be so cold? Your father's firm is being investigated because of this. Our reputation— Your reputation? I step closer. You mean the reputation you protected by calling me a liar? By choosing him over your own daughter? I didn't know. She grabs my arm. None of us knew what he was really doing. But you knew what he did to me. I gently remove her hand. And you chose not to believe it. Celeste appears beside me. Mom startles. She hadn't known about our connection. You too? Mom whispers. Me too. Celeste's voice is ice. I watched him destroy Serenity. Then I watched him try to destroy others. Not anymore. The family will never recover from this, Mom says. Good. I check my watch. The family needs to learn actions have consequences. Your father made his choice. I turn to leave, just like you did. Outside, the courthouse steps are crowded with reporters. They don't recognize me yet. That'll change soon enough. Celeste squeezes my hand before heading to her car. See you at the trial, she says. My phone buzzes. A text from Ellie. Mom's crying again. I hope you're satisfied. I am satisfied, but not in the way they think. This isn't about revenge anymore. It's about truth finally breaking through 10 years of lies. Rocky's waiting in his car around the corner. How'd it go? It's done. I buckle my seatbelt. The prosecutor says it's airtight. And your mom? Still trying to protect the family name. I laugh softly. She doesn't understand. I am protecting the family. From him, from themselves, from their own lies. What now? I think about the upcoming trial, about facing Maximus in court, about watching my family finally confront the truth they worked so hard to deny. Now? I smile. Now we watch justice do its work. My phone buzzes one last time. A message from Investigator Ross. Maximus took the deal. Full confession. You did it. I close my eyes, feeling 10 years of weight lift from my shoulders. They thought they'd silenced me. Instead, they taught me how to whisper truths that shatter empires. The courtroom feels smaller than I expected. Maximus sits at the defendant's table, expensive suit replaced by prison orange. He still tries to project confidence, but his shoulders slump when he sees me. My family fills the first 2 rows behind him. Mom dabbing her eyes with a monogrammed handkerchief. Dad staring straight ahead. Ellie and Sarah whispering to each other. Bailey studying his shoes. Rocky squeezes my hand. You've got this. The judge enters and we all rise. Maximus's lawyer drones through technical details about the plea agreement. Finally, the moment arrives. The court will now hear victim impact statements, the judge announces. I stand, smoothing my skirt. Maximus turns slightly, attempting his old charming smile. It falters when I meet his gaze. 10 years ago, I begin. I stood in this same courthouse filing for divorce. I had bruises hidden under my clothes and empty bank accounts in my name. Mom makes a small wounded sound. The man sitting there convinced everyone I was crazy, unstable, a gold digger. I keep my voice steady. He was very convincing. He had to be. His entire life was built on convincing people to trust him with their money, their futures, their truth. Maximus shifts uncomfortably, but here's what he didn't know about me. I pull out a small recorder, the same one I used to document his threats years ago. I learned from him. I learned how to gather evidence, how to build trust, how to wait for the perfect moment. His lawyer whispers something urgent. Maximus waves him off. Every charity event where he laundered money, I was watching. Every investor he defrauded, I documented. Every lie he told. I look at my family. I recorded. Sarah covers her mouth. Ellie's face goes pale. Some people don't see karma coming until it's in handcuffs, I continue. But I saw it building for 10 years. I watched him destroy lives, just like he tried to destroy mine. The only difference is, this time I had proof. Objection, Maximus's lawyer stands. This isn't relevant to— Overruled, the judge cuts in. Continue, Ms. Ward. The man sitting there isn't just a financial criminal. He's a master manipulator who turned families against each other, who convinced people to doubt their own eyes, their own hearts. I turned to face him directly. Who made my own mother call me a liar when I begged for help. Mom starts crying openly now. Dad puts his arm around her, but his face has lost its color. Your Honor, I say, the monetary damages are documented in evidence, but the real crime was teaching people to doubt their own truth, to choose money over love, power over family. Maximus finally speaks. Serenity, please. No. My voice cracks like a whip. You don't get to speak to me, not anymore. The judge gavels for order. I take a deep breath. I don't want revenge, I say finally. I want accountability. I want everyone in this room to understand that truth doesn't disappear just because you ignore it. It waits, it builds, it returns with interest. I sit down. Rocky wraps his arm around me as Celeste approaches the podium for her statement. My father, she begins, her voice clear and cold, taught me one valuable lesson: document everything. Maximus's face crumples as his daughter details his crimes. Behind him, my family seems to shrink with each revelation. When it's over, the judge delivers the sentence: 20 years, no possibility of early release, full restitution to victims. As bailiffs lead him away, Maximus tries one last time. I did it for all of us, for the family. No, I say, loud enough for everyone to hear. You did it for yourself, and now we're all paying your bill. Outside the courtroom, Mom approaches me hesitantly. You gave them that evidence file. You turned him in. Yes. All this time, you were... She trails off, lost. Building a case? I finish for her. Getting justice? Or maybe just proving I wasn't crazy after all. I'm so sorry, she whispers. Sorry doesn't fix it, Mom. I step back as my siblings approach. Sorry doesn't erase 10 years. Then what will? Sarah asks. Nothing. I take Rocky's hand. Some things break too completely to repair. We're still family, Dad says quietly. I look at them, really look at them. My mother's expensive clothes, now wrinkled from stress. My father's proud posture, finally cracked. My siblings' confused faces, still struggling to understand how their perfect world collapsed. No, I say gently. We're just people who share DNA. You taught me the difference. I walk away, leaving them with their shattered illusions. Behind me, I hear Ellie start to cry, hear Mom calling my name. But I don't look back. Some lessons cost everything to learn. This one cost them their golden son-in-law, their reputation, and their daughter. I'd say we're finally even. 1 week after the sentencing, I invite them all to my home. They arrive punctually, awkwardly clutching wine bottles and forced smiles. My living room, designed by me, built from the ground up after I lost everything, feels too small for all their guilt. Lovely place, Mum says, trying too hard. The colors are so... peaceful? I pour wine for everyone. That's what my clients say. I specialize in transforming toxic spaces. Bailey chokes slightly on his drink. Ellie studies her glass like it holds answers. Why did you invite us? Sarah finally asks. Closure. I sit down, Rocky steady beside me. And truth. We know the truth now, Dad says quietly. We saw it in court. No. I pull out my laptop. You saw the legal truth. Now you get to hear your truth. I press play. Mom's voice fills the room. You ungrateful little liar. After everything Maximus did for this family. Ellie's voice follows. She's always been jealous of successful people, always playing the victim. One by one, their past cruelties play out. Every recorded phone call, every text message, every public humiliation they inflicted. Sarah starts crying. Turn it off. No. I let their words continue. You all need to hear this. Bailey stands up. We get it, okay? We were wrong. Sit down. My voice doesn't rise, but he sits. You don't get to run from this. The recordings keep playing. Dad's passive dismissals, Mom's angry accusations, my siblings' unified rejection. Finally, silence falls. That's not even half of it, I say, closing my laptop. But it's enough. Why are you doing this? Mom whispers. Because sorry isn't enough. I lean forward. Because you all need to understand exactly what you did. We believed him, Ellie says. We were wrong, but No. I cut her off. You chose him. There's a difference. I stand up and walk to my office, returning with a thick file. This is what I gave the FBI, I tell them. 10 years of evidence, but look at the dates. Dad takes the file, flips through it. His hands start shaking. The fraud started before your divorce, he realizes. Yes. I watch their faces. Which means when I told you about the missing money, the secret accounts, I was telling the truth then too. Sarah makes a small, broken sound. But you didn't even consider that, did you? I continue. It was easier to believe I was crazy, jealous, bitter. We didn't know, Mom starts. You didn't want to know. I take the file back. Your country club reputation was more important than your daughter's bruises. Please, Bailey tries. We want to make this right. Make it right? I laugh softly. Can you give me back 10 years of holidays alone? Can you erase the nights I cried myself to sleep? Can you undo telling everyone in town I was a mentally unstable gold digger? Silence answers me. I didn't invite you here for reconciliation, I tell them. I invited you here so you'd understand exactly what you're apologizing for. What do you want from us? Dad asks. Nothing. I stand up. I want you to live with what you did. I want you to feel the weight of it every time you see me succeed without you. Every time you realize I built this life despite you, not because of you. We're still family, Mom pleads. No. I walk to the door. Family believes each other. Family protects each other. Family doesn't choose an abuser over their own blood. One by one, they file out. Sarah tries to hug me. I step back. Ellie can't meet my eyes. Bailey mumbles another apology. Dad hesitates at the door. For what it's worth, he says, I'm proud of how strong you've become. I became strong because you made me, I reply. Now leave. Mom is last. Will we ever see you again? Maybe. I look at her directly. But not as your daughter. That person died the night you chose him. After they're gone, Rocky holds me while I finally let myself cry. Not for them, for the girl I used to be, who believed family meant unconditional love. My phone buzzes. A text from Celeste. Did you do it? Yes, I reply. It's done. Feel better? I think about their faces as they heard their own cruel words, about the weight lifting from my shoulders as I finally spoke my complete truth. I feel free, I text back. Sometimes the best revenge isn't making people suffer. It's making them face exactly who they are. And sometimes the strongest thing you can do isn't forgive, but accept that some relationships deserve to end. I curl into Rocky's arms, listening to the quiet of my peaceful home. Tomorrow, I'll transform another client's space from chaos to calm. But tonight, I finally transformed my past from an open wound into a closed chapter. The morning sun warms my garden as I tend to my roses. Each bloom represents a small victory, life springing from soil I thought was dead. Rocky brings out coffee, settling into the chair beside me. Mail came, he says, handing me an envelope. Inside is a small painting from Celeste, an abstract piece in deep blues and golds. The card reads, "Thank you for teaching me strength has many forms. Love, C." My phone buzzes. A news alert. Investment firm scandal. Additional arrests made. I smile, knowing more of Maximus's corrupt associates are facing justice. You never told me, Rocky says, reading over my shoulder. Was it worth it? All those years of waiting? Before I can answer, my doorbell rings. Through the security camera, I see Sarah standing alone, no designer bag this time, just simple clothes and tired eyes. 2 minutes, I tell her through the intercom. She doesn't try to hug me this time. I've been in therapy, she says without preamble, really trying to understand why I did what I did. And I was scared. She twists her hands. Scared of losing status. Scared of admitting our family wasn't perfect. Scared of the truth? Yeah. She looks around my garden. Your roses are beautiful. They grow better without poison in the soil. She winces at the metaphor. Mom asks about you. Every Sunday dinner she sets a place. Old habits die hard. No, I mean, Sarah sighs. She sets it and tells stories about how you were right, about everything, every time. I deadhead a spent bloom. Guilt's funny that way. Ellie left Tom, she continues, said she finally recognized the signs you tried to warn her about. That makes me look up. Ellie's husband had always reminded me of Maximus. Bailey's in therapy too, Sarah adds. Dad, he's different, quieter. He keeps your newspaper clippings, the ones about your design business. Why are you telling me this? Because you deserve to know you changed us, broke us maybe, but we needed breaking. My phone buzzes again. A text from Investigator Ross. Last conspirator just took a plea deal. It's really over. Sarah sees the message. You did it. You really brought down his whole empire. No. I stand up, brushing dirt from my knees. He brought himself down. I just showed everyone the truth they refused to see. I should go. She turns, then stops. For what it's worth, I'm proud to be your sister, even if I don't deserve to be. After she leaves, Rocky brings me fresh coffee. You okay? Better than okay. I touch a rose petal. I thought revenge would taste sweeter. But this is better. Watching them face themselves, watching them change. My phone rings. Celeste. Dad tried to send me a letter from prison. I sent it back unopened. Good for you. I learned from the best. She pauses. Hey, want to get lunch? I'm presenting my art portfolio nearby. I'd love that. After we hang up, Rocky helps me with the roses. You never answered my question, he reminds me. Was it worth it? I look around my garden, my home, my life built from ashes. Think about Sarah's visit, about Celeste's strength, about my family finally facing their truths. Revenge wasn't the point, I tell him. Justice was. Truth was. And now? Now I have peace. I smile. Real peace. Not the fake kind that comes from swallowing lies. My security camera pings. Mom's at the front gate, but she doesn't ring the bell. She just looks at my garden, touches the gate once, then leaves. She's learning. They all are. Sometimes, I tell Rocky, the best revenge is living well enough to show them exactly what they threw away. He kisses my forehead. And sometimes the strongest chains are the ones we choose to break. I pick up Celeste's painting, admiring how the colors blend and separate, like truth emerging from lies. My phone shows missed calls from Ellie, Bailey, Dad, all learning to live with consequences, all understanding that some bridges burn for a reason. The morning sun warms my roses, my truth, my peace. I didn't get a happy ending with my family. I got something better. I got freedom. Freedom from lies, from manipulation, from the obligation to forgive the unforgivable. They taught me that blood isn't always thicker than water. Sometimes it's just the color of wounds that needed to bleed to heal. I pick a perfect rose, place it in a vase beside Celeste's painting. Some things break to become more beautiful. Some families shatter to set their members free. And sometimes the quietest revenge is simply growing flowers in the dirt where they buried you.
And to my granddaughter, Alison, I bequeath the entirety of my remaining estate, including the house, all financial accounts, and personal effects. Gerald, the family lawyer, cleared his throat, his gaze flicking to me for a fraction of a second, before settling on my sister. My name is Zaylee, by the way, and the woman whose will was just read, Lucille, was more like a mother to me than my actual mother ever was. She practically raised me. My own mother, Sonia, placed a cool hand on my arm. "Oh, Zaylee, honey, we knew this might happen." Grandma wasn't herself at the end. Her voice was syrupy sweet, the kind that always set my teeth on edge. Melvin, my father, nodded, his expression a carefully constructed mask of sorrow. "Dementia, sweetheart. It's a terrible thing. She loved you, of course, but her mind, it was gone." He patted my other arm, a gesture that felt more like a dismissal than comfort. Alison, my dear older sister, dabbed at a perfectly dry eye with a lace-trimmed handkerchief. "It's such a shock," she murmured, though her lips twitched upwards at the corners, a tiny, almost imperceptible smirk. "I'll take good care of everything, of course, for Grandma." She shot a triumphant little glance at Sonia, who gave a minuscule nod. The air in Gerald's stuffy office felt thick, unbreathable. My lungs burned. "Nothing?" I finally managed, my voice a hoarse whisper that barely sounded like my own. "She left me." "Nothing?" Gerald shuffled his papers, the sound loud in the sudden silence. "The will is quite clear, Zaylee. Signed and witnessed. Your grandmother was deemed of sound mind at the time of signing, according to the medical assessments attached." He avoided my gaze, focusing on a spot on the mahogany desk. "Sound mind," I repeated, a bitter, incredulous laugh escaping me. It sounded harsh, ugly. "She called me 3 times a week, every week until you all said her phone was too confusing for her." We talked for hours. She remembered every birthday, every little story I told her about work, about my friends. She remembered the name of my damn cat. Sonia's grip tightened on my arm, her nails digging in slightly. "Zaylee, please, don't make a scene. This is difficult enough for everyone." "Difficult?" I pulled my arm away, turning to face them. I looked at Alison, who was now examining her perfectly manicured nails, that small, smug smile playing on her lips more openly now. "It doesn't look too difficult for some of us." Alison sighed dramatically, a put-upon expression crossing her face. "Honestly, Zaylee, must you always be so dramatic? Grandma made her choices. We have to respect them." "Respect them?" My voice rose, fueled by a sudden surge of adrenaline. "Or did you help her make them? Did you whisper in her ear how awful I was?" Melvin stepped forward, his face flushing. "That's enough, Zaylee. Your grandmother was ill. She was confused. She told us you didn't visit enough, that you were too busy with your own life to care about an old woman." Lies, every word a poisoned dart. I practically lived at Grandma's apartment, especially after Grandpa passed. I did her shopping, took her to appointments, sat with her for hours just watching old movies. Sonia and Melvin were the ones who were always too busy, always had a convenient excuse. Alison hadn't willingly spent more than an hour with Grandma in years, unless it was a holiday where presents were involved. "We should go," Sonia said briskly, already turning towards the door. She gave me a pointed look. "Thank you, Gerald. We'll be in touch about the probate." "Yes, thank you," Alison chirped, practically bouncing in her designer heels. She couldn't get out of there fast enough, probably to start mentally spending her newfound fortune. As they swept out, I lingered for a moment. I glanced back at Gerald. He still wouldn't meet my eyes. That was the first tiny crack in their perfectly constructed facade, the first hint that something was deeply, terribly wrong. The drive to Grandma Lucille's house was a blur of choked-back sobs and a cold, simmering anger that was starting to burn through the shock. My parents and Alison had ridden together, no doubt already divvying up the spoils in their minds. I drove my own car, the old, reliable sedan Grandma had helped me buy when I got my first real job. "Every independent woman needs her own wheels, Zaylee Bean," she'd said, winking. Her house. It still smelled of her. Lavender, old books, and the faintest hint of the lemon polish she used on the antique furniture. Every corner held a memory, a piece of my childhood, my adolescence, my entire life. Her teaching me to knit in that worn armchair, the two of us giggling over silly black and white movies in the den, the sunny kitchen where she'd let me make a glorious mess experimenting with cookie recipes. They'd given me a few hours to collect any personal mementos I wanted before Alison officially took possession. The generosity was astounding, wasn't it? Like tossing scraps to a beggar. I bypassed the living room, the kitchen. My feet, heavy as lead, carried me straight to her bedroom. It was neat. Too neat. Sonia's sterile touch was already evident, but Grandma's essence lingered, her unique scent strongest here. I sat on the edge of her bed, the patchwork quilt she'd painstakingly stitched years ago soft beneath my fingers. How could she do this? How could the woman who taught me about unconditional love, who swore I was her special girl, her ray of sunshine, just cut me out? Dementia? It didn't feel right. It felt orchestrated, utterly, sickeningly wrong. My eyes scanned the room, her dressing table with its silver-backed brush set, her overflowing bookshelf, then the closet. Grandma loved hats and scarves, and she kept them in old, beautiful hat boxes stacked on the top shelf. I reached up, pulling one down, a faded floral one I remembered her using to store her prettiest silk scarves. It was surprisingly heavy. Inside, nestled amongst a cloud of dried lavender sachets, her signature scent, the one that always made me feel safe, was not a hat, nor scarves. It was a book, a simple cloth-bound journal with a little ribbon bookmark. Not the kind she usually kept for appointments or garden notes. This one looked secret. My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. I'd never seen it before. With trembling fingers, I lifted it out. The comforting scent of lavender clung to it, a ghostly perfume. I sat back on the bed, the hat box on my lap, the diary in my hands. It felt warm, almost alive. I hesitated for a moment, a wave of guilt washing over me. This was private. This was Grandma's innermost thoughts. But then, the image of Alison's smirk, Sonia's cold, dismissive hand, Melvin's carefully rehearsed sympathy. They had violated every private, sacred bond we had. They had made everything public, hadn't they? My grief and confusion warred with a rising tide of suspicion. I opened it to the first page. The handwriting was unmistakably Grandma Lucille's, a little shakier than I remembered from her last birthday card, but undeniably hers. The date at the top of the page was just 3 weeks before she died. My breath hitched. My vision swam. They won't stop. The entry began, the ink slightly smudged as if by a tear. Sonia, Melvin, even Alison. They keep telling me Zaylee doesn't care, that she's just waiting for my money, that she never visits anymore. They say she sold the little gold locket I gave her for her 16th birthday. My heart breaks, but I know my Zaylee. I know her. She wouldn't. Or would she? They are so convincing, so very, very convincing. I feel so alone. The words blurred. Tears I hadn't realised I was holding back streamed down my face, hot and angry, dripping onto the delicate paper. This wasn't dementia. This was something else. Something calculated. Something monstrous. I slammed the diary shut, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold it. The locket. They'd told her I sold the locket? It was in my jewellery box, tucked away safely. The one Grandma Lucille had fastened around my neck herself, her fingers surprisingly nimble for her age, her eyes sparkling. "A little piece of my heart to keep with yours, Zaylee Bean," she'd whispered. I scrambled back to my tiny apartment, the diary clutched to my chest like a shield. The air in Grandma's house had suddenly felt poisonous, every shadow seeming to hold the smug faces of my family. I locked my door, drew the blinds, and then, only then, did I open the diary again. Page after page, Grandma Lucille's elegant script, sometimes firm, sometimes wavering, painted a picture so horrific it made my stomach churn. October 12th. Sonia came today. She said Zaylee called, upset about having to help me with my groceries last week. Said Zaylee told her I was becoming a burden. A burden? My Zaylee? It can't be true. But Sonia looked so sincere, so worried for me. A strangled sob escaped me. I hadn't called Sonia. I'd enjoyed helping Grandma with her groceries, our little weekly ritual. We'd always get ice cream afterwards. October 19th. Melvin was here. He said Zaylee was asking about my finances, wondering when she'd get her inheritance. He said she was worried I'd spend it all before. He looked so sad when he told me, like he was protecting me from my own granddaughter. My blood ran cold. I'd never once asked about her money, never. I had a job, I paid my own bills. The thought was repulsive. October 25th. Alison visited. First time in months. She brought flowers, lilies. My least favourite, they smell like funerals. She kept saying how tired I looked, how confused I seemed. She told me Zaylee was planning a long trip abroad, wouldn't be around to help anymore. Said Zaylee thought I should move into a home. A home! This is my home. I could almost hear Alison's saccharine voice, dripping with false concern. The lies were so blatant, so cruel, designed to chip away at Grandma's confidence in me, in herself. November 2nd. They took my phone. Sonia said the screen was too small, that I was straining my eyes. She gave me a new one, a simple one, but it only has their numbers programmed in. She said it was for emergencies. I miss Zaylee's calls. I miss her voice. My calls, the ones that suddenly stopped going through. The ones where Sonia would answer, her voice clipped, saying Grandma was resting or not up to talking. The grief that had consumed me since the will reading was still there, a raw, gaping wound. But now something else was mixing with it, something hot and sharp. Rage, a pure, undiluted fury that settled deep in my bones, chilling me even as it burned. Grandma Lucille wasn't demented. She was trapped, isolated, systematically gaslighted by the very people who should have been caring for her. November 10th. I tried to call Mr. Henderson, my old bank manager, today, just to check on things. Sonia overheard. She was furious, said I was being paranoid, that she and Melvin were handling everything perfectly. She said if I kept acting like this, they'd have to get doctors involved, for my own good. I'm scared, Zaylee. I'm so scared. But I love you. Never, ever doubt that. Tears streamed down my face, blurring the words. My poor, brave grandma, fighting them alone. And then, a few pages later, a different kind of entry. November 15th. I have to be clever. They think I'm just a confused old woman. But I'm not. Not yet. I remember what your grandfather always said. Have a plan B, Lucille. Always have a plan B. I need to protect Zaylee. They won't get everything. I spoke to that other lawyer, the one I found online, Mr. Russell. He seemed to understand. I'm trying to set up something separate, something they can't touch, a different bank. It's so hard. They watch me all the time. A flicker of hope ignited amidst the rage. A plan B. Another lawyer, Mr. Russell. I read on, my fingers tracing her words, feeling her fear, her determination, her unwavering love for me. She wrote about small acts of defiance, hiding her good jewellery, pretending to forget conversations to gauge their reactions. She wasn't just a victim. She was a fighter, even in her fear. The last few entries were short, her handwriting more erratic. November 28th. Feeling so weak today. Sonia changed my pills again. Said the doctor recommended it. I don't remember seeing a doctor. My breath caught. Changed her pills? December 3rd. They are always here now, always watching. I feel like a prisoner. But I won't let them win. I won't let them take you away from me, Zaylee Bean, not in my heart. The final entry was dated just 2 days before she died. It was brief, almost a scrawl. December 5th. Thank heavens I got through to Nora today. She understands. She promised to keep an eye on things if the worst happens. They are watching my calls. I had to be quick. Love you. Nora Fisher. Grandma's oldest, dearest friend. A lifeline. My heart hammered against my ribs. Nora knew. Nora might know more. Nora lived in a cosy little cottage on the other side of town, the kind with a rambling rose garden and a brightly painted front door. I drove there the next morning. Grandma Lucille's diary tucked safely in my bag, its weight a strange comfort. Nora opened the door, her kind eyes, so like Grandma's, widening in surprise. Zaylee, dear, what a surprise! Come in. Her living room was filled with photos. Nora and Grandma Lucille on various holidays, laughing, arms linked. The sight brought a fresh wave of grief, but also a renewed sense of purpose. Nora, I began, my voice a little shaky. I need to talk to you about Grandma. She led me to a chintz armchair, bustling off to make tea. When she returned, she sat opposite me, her expression gentle but wary. I was so sorry to hear about the will, dear. Lucille, she loved you so very much. It just didn't make any sense. It didn't, I agreed, pulling the diary from my bag. Nora, Grandma left this. She wrote about you. She said she spoke to you right before. Nora's eyes filled with tears. She reached for the diary, her hand trembling as she touched the cover. Oh, my dear Lucille. Yes, she called me. She sounded frantic, frightened. What did she say? I urged, leaning forward. She said Sonia and Melvin were, well, she said they were trying to turn her against you, feeding her awful lies. She said they were controlling her finances, her medication. She was terrified they were going to put her in a home, take everything. Nora's voice was low, pained. She mentioned trying to see another lawyer, a Mr. Russell, to change things back, to make sure you were taken care of. She said they were making it almost impossible for her to do anything on her own. My breath hitched. Did she say anything else? About the medication? Nora frowned, her brow furrowed in concentration. She did say something about them changing her pills when she argued with them. Said it made her feel fuzzy, confused. Oh, Zaylee, I felt so helpless. I told her I'd do anything I could, but then she was gone. She dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. I tried to call Sonia after to ask, but she was so dismissive. Said Lucille was just confused as usual. The pieces were clicking into place, forming a sickening mosaic of deceit and cruelty. Just as Nora was writing down Kylan Russell's name and number for me. Be careful, dear. Lucille said they were very aggressive when they found out she'd contacted him. My phone buzzed. It was Melvin, my father. Zaylee, honey, where are you? I was worried. Your mother and I, we just want to make sure you're okay. His voice was laden with false concern. I'm fine, I said, my tone flat. Listen, I wanted to talk to you about Grandma. There were some misunderstandings towards the end about your finances. She got a bit muddled, thought you were in some sort of trouble, needed money. We tried to explain, but my hand tightened around my phone. He was fishing, trying to see what I knew, what I believed, trying to reinforce their narrative. Right, I said, keeping my voice carefully neutral. Well, I have to go, Dad. Okay, sweetheart. Just take care of yourself. We love you. Love. The word felt like ash in my mouth. After I hung up, I flipped through the diary again, my fingers brushing against a small, folded piece of paper tucked into the back sleeve. I hadn't noticed it before. I carefully unfolded it. It was a note, in Grandma's handwriting, the paper tear-stained and crinkled. Melvin came today. He was so kind, so concerned. He showed me an email from Zaylee. It said she didn't need my help, that she was fine on her own, that I shouldn't worry about her. It said she felt smothered by my attention. It didn't look like her writing, not quite. The words were cold. My heart aches. Did I push her away? Is this my fault? An email? I'd never sent any such email. Never. I felt a wave of nausea. They hadn't just lied to her, they had forged things, created false evidence to break her spirit, to make her doubt the one person in the world she trusted most. The depth of their premeditated cruelty was staggering. This wasn't just about greed. This was about systematically destroying a vulnerable old woman's peace of mind, isolating her, turning her against me, all for money. Nora looked at my face, her own paling. What is it, dear? I read her the note. She gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. That man, that snake, to do that to his own mother. They forged it, Nora, I said, my voice dangerously quiet. They faked an email from me to convince her I didn't care. The cold rage from the day before was back, solidifying into something hard and resolute. This wasn't just about grief anymore. This was about justice, for Grandma, Lucille, and for me. Nora squeezed my hand. You have to be strong, Zaylee, and you have to be smart. They're dangerous. She tapped the paper with Kylan Russell's details. Lucille trusted him. Maybe he can help. As I left Nora's house, her parting words echoed in my ears. Lucille said they even changed her medication schedule when she argued with them. The casual cruelty of it, The calculated evil sent a shiver down my spine. They hadn't just stolen her money. They had stolen her autonomy, her peace, and quite possibly her health. The next day, I called Kylan Russell's office. His secretary was polite but firm. "Mr. Russell is very busy, and regarding Mrs. Lucille Murray, her estate is being handled by Mr. Gerald Watts. Any inquiries should go through him." "But Grandma Lucille consulted Mr. Russell before she passed," I insisted, "about changing her will. I have reason to believe there was undue influence." "I'm sorry." The secretary cut me off, her voice cooling perceptibly. "Mr. Russell cannot discuss confidential client matters. If you have concerns about the existing will, you need to speak with Mr. Watts or seek your own legal counsel." Click. She hung up, stonewalled. It felt like hitting a brick wall. Gerald Watts, the man who couldn't meet my eye. He was either incompetent or in on it. And Kylan Russell, Grandma's plan B, was hiding behind client confidentiality. Meanwhile, Alison wasn't hiding anything. Her social media exploded with her newfound wealth. A gleaming new SUV. "My baby," she captioned it, complete with a string of champagne emojis. Shopping bags from designer stores piled high on what used to be Grandma Lucille's antique dining table, now Alison's staging area for hauls. Selfies from expensive restaurants, clinking glasses with her equally shallow friends. Each post was a fresh stab, a blatant, tasteless celebration of her victory. My victory stolen. Grandma's legacy desecrated. The rage simmered, a constant fire in my gut. I started watching them. Not obviously, but I paid attention. I drove past Grandma's house, Alison's house now, more often than I should. I saw Sonia's car there frequently, Melvin's too. They were a united front, a coven of greed. One afternoon, I was parked down the street, hidden by a large oak tree, just needing to feel close to Grandma's presence, even if it was tainted now. Sonia and Alison came out, laughing, arms laden with more shopping bags. As they loaded them into Sonia's car, I strained to hear their conversation. The wind carried snippets. "So smoothly," Alison was saying, her voice bright and brittle. Honestly, I was worried for a minute there, with her being so stubborn. Sonia chuckled, a dry, unpleasant sound. "Your grandmother always had a flair for the dramatic, but we handled it. Lucky she didn't make a fuss with that other lawyer, though. That could have been messy." "Tell me about it," Alison said, rolling her eyes. "Imagine if she'd actually signed something with him. Nightmare." My hands clenched the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. "That other lawyer." Kylan Russell. They knew. They knew she'd tried to change things. And they'd stopped her. The casual way they discussed it, like they were talking about a minor inconvenience they'd successfully navigated, made me physically sick. I drove away, my mind racing. Gerald Watts. He had to know something, or at least he should have suspected. Grandma Lucille had been his client for years. He knew her, he knew me. How could he have accepted that new will, the one disinheriting me completely, without asking more questions, especially if he knew she'd been consulting another lawyer? Was he just lazy, negligent, or was it something worse? Had they bought his silence, his compliance? The thought made my skin crawl. The legal system, the very thing that was supposed to protect people like Grandma, felt like a tangled, impenetrable web, designed to protect the powerful and the deceitful. I spent hours online, researching elder abuse, undue influence, will contests. The more I read, the more daunting it seemed. It was my word and a dead woman's diary against a signed will, a compliant lawyer, and a family determined to protect their ill-gotten gains. The frustration was immense. I felt so alone, so outmatched. Nora was supportive, a comforting voice on the phone, but she was an elderly woman herself, not equipped to fight this kind of battle. I reread the diary entries about Kylan Russell, searching for any clue, any leverage. Grandma had written, "Mr. Russell seemed kind. He listened. He said he'd had cases like this before. He promised to help me draft something quickly." She'd been hopeful. What had changed? What had Sonia and Melvin done to shut him down so effectively? Days turned into a week. Alison's ostentatious displays continued. My parents called a few more times, their voices dripping with that fake sympathy, asking if I was coping, if I needed anything. I kept my answers short, non-committal. I couldn't let them hear the fury in my voice, couldn't let them know I was onto them. Not yet. I was starting to lose hope, the weight of their betrayal pressing down on me, suffocating me. Maybe they were right. Maybe I was just being dramatic. Maybe Grandma had just changed her mind, however unlikely it seemed. Doubt, cold and insidious, began to creep in. Then one evening, as I was scrolling listlessly through my emails, deleting junk, one subject line caught my eye. Lucille Murray. My heart leapt. It was from an anonymous, encrypted email address. I clicked it open, my hands trembling. The message was short, cryptic. I used to work for Kyle and Russell. I overheard things about Lucille Murray's case. Your family played dirty. They threatened him, threatened to ruin his reputation if he helped your grandmother. He caved. But she deserved better. You deserve the truth. Meet me if you want to know more. Coffee shop, corner of Elm and Oak, tomorrow, 3 p.m. Come alone. A jolt like electricity shot through me. Someone else knew, someone on the inside. A tiny, fragile spark of hope reignited in the darkness. The coffee shop on Elm and Oak was bustling. I scanned the faces, my nerves jangling. How would I know them? What if it was a trap? What if Sonia, Melvin, or Allison had somehow found out I was suspicious, and this was their way of... what? Intimidating me further? Then I saw her. A woman in her early 30s, nursing a latte in a quiet corner booth, her eyes flicking towards the door every few seconds. She had an anxious, almost haunted look about her. When our eyes met, she gave a small, hesitant nod. I walked over, my heart thumping. "Are you—" "Angela," she said quietly, gesturing to the seat opposite her. "You must be Zaylee." I slid into the booth. "Thank you for contacting me. I didn't know where to turn." Angela took a shaky breath. "I shouldn't even be here. If Kylan finds out. But what they did to your grandmother, it wasn't right. I typed up the notes from her meetings with him. I heard the phone calls." "What happened?" I asked, leaning in, my voice barely a whisper. "Grandma Lucille said he was going to help her." "He was," Angela confirmed, her gaze darting around the coffee shop. "She came in twice. She was lucid, Zaylee, very clear about what she wanted. She wanted to change her will back to you, ensure you were the primary beneficiary. She wanted to set up a trust, something your parents couldn't touch. Kylan drafted the documents. She was supposed to come in and sign them. But she never did," I said, a knot tightening in my chest. Angela shook her head. "No. Before she could, your mother, Sonia, called the office. She was aggressive. She threatened Kylan, said Lucille was incompetent, suffering from severe dementia, said if he proceeded with any changes to the will, she and your father would file a complaint with the Bar Association, accuse him of taking advantage of a vulnerable senior. They said they had medical reports to prove it." "But Grandma wasn't incompetent," I protested. "Her diary proves it." "I know," Angela said, her voice soft. "Or at least, she wasn't when she saw Kylan. But your mother was very convincing. She faxed over some documents, letters from a doctor. I don't know if they were legitimate, but Kylan got spooked. He has a reputation to protect. He told your grandmother he couldn't proceed without a full psychiatric evaluation, one that her family would have to agree to, which, of course, they wouldn't. It was a perfect catch-22. They created the problem, then used it to block the solution. So they just scared him off. Essentially, they also started intercepting her calls to the office, her letters. Kylan tried to reach out a couple more times, but your mother would always answer, saying Lucille was too unwell or too confused to speak. Eventually, he just dropped it, told himself it was too risky. Angela looked down at her hands. I felt terrible. Lucille was so sweet, so desperate. "Do you have anything?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "Any proof?" Angela reached into her oversized tote bag and pulled out a thin manila folder. She slid it across the table. "These are copies, drafts of the will Kylan prepared for her, the one naming you. Notes from their meetings, my own contemporaneous notes from some of those calls with your mother. It's not the signed document, obviously, but it shows her intent. It shows what they did to stop her. I opened the folder, my hands trembling. There it was, in black and white. Last Will and Testament of Lucille Murray. And my name, Zaylee, listed as the primary beneficiary. Tears welled in my eyes. This was what Grandma wanted. This was what they stole. There's something else, Angela said, her voice even lower. A few days before Lucille's health really took a nosedive, your mother, Sonia, came into the office. Not Kylan's, but she was in the same building, seeing a different lawyer. I overheard her talking in the hallway. She'd just obtained power of attorney over Lucille. My blood ran cold. Power of attorney? Yes, under very questionable circumstances, from what I gathered. She was boasting about how it gave her complete control, how she could now manage Lucille's affairs properly, access all her accounts. She said something about Lucille being difficult and this being the only way to protect her assets. Angela met my gaze. It was just days before Lucille stopped being able to communicate, according to what Kylan later heard. And, in the diary, Grandma wrote about it. I flipped through the diary pages frantically until I found the entry. November 20th. Sonia has papers. She made me sign. I was so tired. Said it was just to help with bills. I didn't understand all the words. My head hurt. They'd gotten her to sign away her control when she was at her most vulnerable. Then, armed with that POA, they could block Kylan, control her money, everything. Thank you, Angela, I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. You have no idea what this means. Just be careful, Zaylee, she said, her eyes filled with genuine concern. They're ruthless. They won't hesitate to crush anyone who gets in their way. I gathered the papers, my mind reeling, but also filled with a new, steely resolve. This was it. This was the ammunition I needed. That evening, I was spread out on my living room floor, the diary, Angela's documents, Nora's notes, trying to piece it all together to build a timeline. The doorbell rang. I froze. I wasn't expecting anyone. I peered through the peephole. Alison. My heart leapt into my throat. I quickly, clumsily tried to gather the papers, shoving them under a cushion just as she called out, Zaylee, are you in there? I saw your light. I opened the door a crack. Alison, what do you want? She pushed the door open wider, stepping inside, her eyes immediately scanning my small apartment. Just checking on my little sister. You've been so quiet. We're all worried about you. Her gaze landed on the edge of a paper, peeking out from under the cushion. Her eyes narrowed. What are you doing with all that, Zaylee? Still dwelling on poor Grandma? Her voice was deceptively casual, but there was a new, sharp glint in her eyes. A glint of suspicion. Just some old papers, I said, trying to sound nonchalant, my heart hammering. I casually sat on the sofa, covering the revealing edge of the document with my leg. Sorting through things. You know? Alison's eyes lingered on the cushion for a moment too long. Right, she said, her tone unconvinced. Well, Mom and Dad were thinking, maybe you're not coping too well with all this. Grief can do funny things to people. Make them obsessive. Obsessive? I repeated, my voice tight. Is that what they think? They're just concerned, Zaylee, Alison said, wandering around my small living room, picking things up, putting them down. Her gaze felt like a violation. They think you might need some help. Maybe talk to someone, professionally. The implication was clear. They were trying to discredit me before I could even make a move. If I was unstable, no one would believe anything I said. I'm perfectly fine, Alison, I said, my voice colder than I intended. You don't need to worry about me. She gave a little shrug, a smirk playing on her lips. If you say so. Anyway, Mom wanted me to tell you. We're planning a little something for Grandma. A celebration of life luncheon, in 2 weeks, at the country club. Just a nice way for everyone to remember her. She paused, her eyes glinting. You will come, won't you? It would mean so much to the family. A celebration of life. The hypocrisy was astounding. They were going to use Grandma Lucille's memory to further cement their image as the grieving, respectable family, while I, the one who truly loved her, was being painted as unhinged. But as Alison spoke, a different thought sparked in my mind. A public gathering. All their friends, their social circle, extended family, all in one place. It was perfect. Of course, I said, forcing a small, sad smile. I wouldn't miss it. Alison looked surprised, then pleased. Good. I'll let Mum know. She lingered for another moment, her eyes still flicking around the room before finally leaving. The moment the door closed behind her, I let out a shaky breath. They knew, or at least they suspected I was digging. The concerned visit, the suggestion I needed help, it was a warning shot. My apartment suddenly felt unsafe, exposed. What if they tried to search it while I was out? What if they found the diary, Angela's papers? I couldn't risk it. I called Nora. Nora, can I come over? I need to ask you a huge favour, and I need to tell you what I found. Nora, bless her heart, didn't hesitate. Of course, dear. Any time. I packed the diary, Angela's documents, every scrap of paper, into a secure box. At Nora's, I laid it all out for her. Her gasp when she saw the draft will from Kylan Russell, her quiet fury as I recounted Angela's story about the POA and the threats, mirrored my own. They have to be stopped, Zaylee, Nora said, her voice firm, her gentle eyes now steely. Lucille deserves justice. I know, I said. And I think I know how. They're planning a celebration of life luncheon in 2 weeks. Nora's eyebrows shot up. The audacity. Exactly. But it's the perfect stage. Everyone will be there. I took a deep breath. Nora, I need to keep these documents safe. Can I leave them here? Of course, dear. They'll be safer here than anywhere. She patted my hand. What's your plan? Over the next few days, I started making discreet calls. First to Uncle Lincoln, Sonia's brother. He'd always been fond of Grandma Lucille, and, while he wasn't close to Sonia, he valued family appearances. Uncle Lincoln, I said, keeping my voice calm. Sonia and Melvin are hosting a luncheon for Grandma. I know it's short notice, but it would mean a lot if you could be there. I have something important I need to share. About Grandma, about her true wishes. There was a pause. Her true wishes, Zaylee? What do you mean? I can't explain over the phone, Uncle Lincoln, but it's important. For Grandma's memory. He sounded intrigued, concerned. All right, Zaylee, I'll be there. I made similar calls to a few of Grandma Lucille's oldest friends, people I knew Sonia and Melvin might not think to invite, or might hope wouldn't come. Each conversation was carefully worded, hinting at a truth that needed to be revealed. The days leading up to the luncheon were a blur of anxiety and a strange, terrifying calm. I felt like I was walking a tightrope. My parents called a couple more times, their voices overly solicitous. Alison sent a text. Looking forward to seeing you at the luncheon. Mum picked out a lovely photo of Grandma for the display. Then 3 days before the event, I got a shock. I was coming home from work and I saw a man sitting in an unfamiliar car parked down the street, watching my building. He looked away quickly when I glanced at him, but not before I saw the notebook and pen in his lap. My blood ran cold. Later that evening, I accidentally knocked over the recycling bin by the mailboxes in my apartment lobby. As I was picking up the scattered envelopes and junk mail, I saw it. A discarded, slightly crumpled envelope addressed to a generic occupant at my address, but with a typed return address for a local private investigations firm. My heart leaped into my throat. I quickly pocketed it. Upstairs, with trembling hands, I steamed it open. It was a brief, typed report. Subject, Zaylee S. Daily Movements logged. Met with Nora F., known associate of deceased, multiple times. Also met with unidentified female, approx 30s, at Elm St. Coffee. See attached photo. Blurry. Subject appears to be building some kind of case or gathering information. Extreme caution advised regarding upcoming family event. Subject may be planning a disruption. They had hired a PI. They were that scared, that determined to control the narrative. The extreme caution advised part sent a shiver down my spine, but it also solidified my resolve. They were panicking. They knew I was close. The luncheon was set. The stage was ready. I felt a terrifying, thrilling sense of inevitability. There was no turning back now. The country club ballroom was sickeningly opulent. Crystal chandeliers dripped from the ceiling, and tables were laden with elaborate floral arrangements. Lilies, of course, Sonia's favourite, not Grandma's. A large, softly lit portrait of Grandma Lucille stood on an easel near the entrance, a gentle, smiling image that felt like a cruel mockery. Sonia, Melvin, and Alison greeted guests at the door, their faces masks of perfect, sombre grief. Sonia, in a severe black dress, dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief that looked suspiciously dry. Melvin shook hands, murmuring platitudes about Lucille's long and happy life. Alison, her voice hushed and reverent, guided people to their seats, her new diamond bracelet catching the light. They were actors in their own disgusting play. I found Nora, who gave my hand a reassuring squeeze. Uncle Lincoln arrived, looking serious, and gave me a curt nod. A few of Grandma's old friends I'd invited were scattered amongst the tables, their presence a small comfort. The luncheon began. The food was expensive, tasteless. The conversation was muted, polite. Then came the speeches. Melvin went first, his voice thick with feigned emotion as he spoke of Lucille's kindness and generosity. Sonia followed, her tribute focusing on how peaceful Lucille's final days were, how surrounded by love she had been. Alison, her voice trembling artfully, spoke of her precious grandma and how she would cherish her memory always while managing her beloved estate. It was a masterclass in manipulative theatre. When they finished, a polite smattering of applause filled the room. Sonia smiled, a picture of bereaved dignity. Then I stood up. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced them to hold me. "Excuse me," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "If I could just say a few words?" All eyes turned to me. Sonia's smile faltered. Melvin looked uneasy. Alison's eyes narrowed. "Of course, Zaylee dear," Sonia said, her voice tight. "How lovely." I walked to the small podium, the diary clutched in my hand. My heart was a wild bird beating against my ribs. "Thank you," I began, my voice carrying through the suddenly silent room. "Like all of you, I loved my grandmother Lucille very much. She was an incredible woman, strong, witty, and fiercely loving. She taught me so much about life, about kindness, about resilience." I paused, letting my gaze sweep over my family. They were starting to look uncomfortable, but still trying to maintain their composure. I had lulled them into a false sense of security. Then my tone shifted. The warmth drained from my voice, replaced by a cold, hard edge. My grandmother was also a woman of great strength and clarity, even in her final months. She was not the confused, forgetful woman some would have you believe. And she left behind more than just memories. She left her voice. I held up the diary. This is my grandmother's journal, written in her own hand. In the last weeks of her life, Sonia's face went white. Melvin's jaw dropped. Alison froze, her fork clattering onto her plate. A shocked murmur rippled through the room. "In these pages," I continued, my voice clear and unwavering, "Lucille didn't write about peace and love. She wrote about fear. She wrote about being isolated, manipulated, and lied to by her own family." I opened the diary. October 12th. Sonia came today. She said Zaylee called, upset about having to help me with my groceries. Said Zaylee told her I was becoming a burden. A lie. A cruel, calculated lie. October 19th. Melvin was here. He said Zaylee was asking about my finances, wondering when she'd get her inheritance. Another lie, designed to break her heart. October 25th. Alison visited. She told me Zaylee was planning a long trip abroad, wouldn't be around to help anymore. Said Zaylee thought I should move into a home. More lies to make her feel abandoned. Sonia shot to her feet. "Zaylee, this is outrageous! How dare you—" "Sit down, Sonia," I said, my voice like ice. "You'll have your turn." To my surprise, she sank back into her chair, her face a mask of fury. I read on, detailing the confiscated phone, the forged email Melvin had shown Grandma, the one where I supposedly rejected her help and called her smothering. I read about her fear, her attempts to contact Kylan Russell, her desperation. My grandmother wrote, "Thank heavens I got through to Nora today. She understands." I looked at Nora. "Nora, Would you confirm that Grandma Lucille called you, distressed and afraid of what her family was doing? Nora stood, her voice trembling but clear. Yes, Lucille called me. She was terrified. She said Sonia, Melvin, and Allison were trying to control everything, telling her horrible things about Zaylee. She said they were changing her medication when she argued. She was not confused. She was scared. Nora sat down, glaring at my family. The room was in stunned silence. Uncle Lincoln was staring at Sonia, his face like thunder. But they didn't stop there, I said, my voice ringing with accusation. I held up the copies of Angela's documents. This is a draft will prepared by Kylan Russell, the lawyer my grandmother secretly consulted. A will that left her estate to me, as she always intended. But she never got to sign it, because Sonia and Melvin threatened Mr. Russell. They told him they'd destroy his career if he helped her. I then revealed the power of attorney Sonia had obtained. Grandma wrote, "Sonia has papers. She made me sign. I was so tired." They got her signature when she was vulnerable, then used that POA to block Mr. Russell and gained full control of her finances, just days before her health mysteriously and rapidly declined. Sonia was sputtering. "Lies! All lies! She's unstable! Grieving!" Melvin looked like he was about to faint. His face was a ghastly shade of grey. Allison jumped up. "She's crazy! Grandma loved us! She wanted me to have everything! Zaylee was always jealous!" Her voice cracked, betraying her panic. I turned to them, my eyes blazing. "Greed, Sonia. That's what drove you. You couldn't stand the thought of me inheriting. And you, Melvin, you weren't just weak. You were a willing, malicious participant in her cruelty. You showed her that forged email. You helped break her heart. And Allison, you lapped it all up, didn't you? So entitled, so smug. You didn't care who you hurt as long as you got what you wanted." The silence in the room was absolute, heavy with disgust and shock. Guests were staring at my family with open horror. I took a deep, steadying breath. "You thought you silenced her? You thought you erased me? But Lucille Murray was smarter and stronger than you ever gave her credit for. And so am I." I let that sink in for a moment, then delivered the final blow. "I've already spoken to a new lawyer. We're contesting the will on grounds of undue influence and financial elder abuse. And Adult Protective Services has received a full copy of this diary and all my evidence." I looked directly at Sonia, then Melvin, then Allison, their faces a mixture of terror and disbelief. "Enjoy your meal," I said, my voice calm, almost serene. "It might be the last comfortable one you have for a long, long time." The aftermath of the luncheon was pure, unadulterated chaos. People didn't just leave. They fled, as if escaping a burning building. Whispers turned into shocked exclamations, then outright condemnation. Uncle Lincoln was one of the last to approach me, his face grim. "Zaylee," he said, his voice heavy. I had no idea. Sonia, Melvin, I'm so sorry." He looked utterly ashamed of his sister. "It's not your fault, Uncle Lincoln," I said, though the words felt hollow. Sonia, Melvin, and Allison were left sitting alone at their table, the lavish food untouched, their carefully constructed world imploding around them. Sonia was ashen-faced, finally speechless. Melvin looked like he'd aged 10 years in an hour. Allison was openly weeping, mascara streaking her face, her designer dress suddenly looking like a costume for a tragedy. The legal battle kicked off almost immediately. My new lawyer, a sharp, no-nonsense woman named Ms. Davies, was a pit bull. Armed with Grandma Lucille's diary, Angela's documents, Nora's testimony, and the PI's report, which ironically helped prove their paranoia and attempts to monitor me, she went to work. The first victory was an emergency injunction freezing all of Grandma Lucille's assets. Allison's new SUV was repossessed right out of the country club parking lot, a small, petty satisfaction I allowed myself to enjoy. Her shopping sprees came to an abrupt halt. The smugness was wiped clean from her face, replaced by bewildered panic. Adult Protective Services launched their investigation. Social workers interviewed Sonia and Melvin. Their friends, the ones who had witnessed the takedown at the luncheon, suddenly weren't returning their calls. Their carefully curated social standing crumbled like a sandcastle in a tsunami. The depositions were brutal. Sonia tried to bluster and deny, But Ms. Davies dismantled her lies piece by piece, using Grandma's own words from the diary. Mrs. Spencer, your mother wrote on October 12th that you told her Zaley called her a burden. Did Zaley in fact call your mother a burden? Sonia's denial sounded increasingly desperate and pathetic. Melvin completely fell apart on the stand. Faced with the forged email, confronted with his own mother's heartbroken words about his deceit, he broke down, admitting to misunderstandings and poor judgment, trying to shift the blame to Sonia. It was a pathetic display. Alison, when questioned about her sudden inheritance and her knowledge of her parents' actions, mostly cried and claimed she didn't know and just trusted her parents. It didn't play well. The fight was ugly, draining. There were days I wanted to give up, to just walk away from the toxicity, but then I'd read a passage from Grandma's diary, her voice clear and loving, and my resolve would harden again. I owed her this. It wasn't about the money, not really. Miss Davies was clear that getting the entire estate back would be a long, drawn-out process, potentially years. But what mattered was the truth, the accountability. And accountability came. The court eventually ruled that Grandma Lucille's will had indeed been executed under undue influence. The POA Sonia had wielded was invalidated. While criminal charges for elder abuse were harder to prove to a conviction standard, the civil findings were damning. Their reputations were in tatters. They were forced into a settlement that saw a significant portion of Grandma's estate, including the house, returned to a trust managed by an independent executor, with me as the rightful primary beneficiary, as per Kylan Russell's draft will. Sonia and Melvin had to sell their own large house to cover their legal fees and the settlement. They downsized to a cramped apartment, the silence between them reportedly deafening. Alison, stripped of her unearned wealth and social status, had to get a real job for the first time in her life. The new SUV and designer bags were long gone. I didn't get everything back immediately, and that was okay. The victory wasn't in the dollars and cents. It was in seeing their empire of lies exposed. It was in knowing that Grandma Lucille's true wishes were finally, in some measure, honoured. With the first distribution from the trust, I set up a small foundation in Grandma Lucille's name, dedicated to advocating for elder rights and supporting victims of financial abuse. Nora, beaming, agreed to be on the board. Uncle Lincoln, trying to make amends, made the first substantial donation. I still have Grandma's diary, of course. It sits on my bedside table. Sometimes I open it and read her words, not with anger anymore, but with a deep, abiding love and a sense of peace. Her voice, which they tried so hard to silence, had been the key to unlocking the truth. The karma of it all was potent. My family, who had schemed to leave me with nothing, ended up losing everything that truly mattered to them: their reputation, their wealth, their comfortable lives, and any shred of familial respect. They had sown deceit and reaped desolation. I was scarred, no doubt. The betrayal cut deep, and those wounds would take time to fully heal. But I was also free. Free from their manipulations, free to build my life on my own terms, a life that honoured the strong, loving woman who had raised me. They tried to write me out of Grandma's story, to erase my place in her heart and her legacy. But in the end, I was the one who got to write their final chapter. And it was a chapter they truly, unequivocally deserved. Grandma Lucille, I think, would have smiled. She might have even winked.
The first sign that my in-laws were going to try to destroy me came exactly 6 minutes into my husband's wake. I was standing next to Ellis's closed casket, accepting condolences from guests, when my father-in-law materialized beside me clutching a manila envelope. "For you," Gareth said, his voice carrying that aristocratic chill I'd grown used to over the past 3 years. "Consider it a parting gift. My name is Annalise, and until last Tuesday I was married to Ellis Harding. Now I was a 32-year-old widow being handed eviction papers while my husband's body lay cold beside me." "Really, Father? Now?" My sister-in-law Tiffany's voice dripped with fake concern. She'd positioned herself close enough to watch the show. "Although I suppose there's no time like the present to address unfortunate matters." I took the envelope without opening it. The weight of it felt familiar. Legal papers, probably drafted on the expensive letterhead their family lawyer favored. My hands didn't shake. I wouldn't give them that satisfaction. The prenuptial agreement was quite clear, Margaret, my mother-in-law, whispered as she joined our little circle of grief. The estate home reverts to the family trust upon Ellis's death. We're being generous with the 30-day notice. The funeral home's air conditioning hummed. Somewhere behind us, a relative was crying softly. I smoothed my black dress and thought about the last conversation I'd had with Ellis 3 days before the accident. "You know they'll come for you," he'd said, pressing a thick folder into my hands. "When the time comes, and I pray it's decades from now, don't open this until they show their true colors. Promise me." I'd promised, tucking the folder away, assuming he was being paranoid. Ellis had always been worried about his family's reaction to our marriage, the middle-class girl who'd trapped their golden boy. "The prenup," Gareth continued, clearly enjoying himself, "which you signed so eagerly. Did you really think we wouldn't protect the family interests?" I reached for my purse. The folder Ellis had given me was there, sealed exactly as he'd left it. "Funny you should mention protecting family interests." "Don't bother trying to contest anything," Tiffany snapped. "Daddy's lawyers will bury you." I placed the folder on a nearby table, breaking the seal with deliberate slowness. "Ellis mentioned you might say that." "Ellis?" Margaret's perfectly lined lips twitched. "Dear, Ellis trusted us to handle things appropriately after his passing." "Did he?" I withdrew the first document. "Because this post-nuptial agreement he had notarized last month suggests otherwise." The temperature in our little circle dropped 10 degrees. Gareth's face went from smug to stone. "What post-nuptial agreement?" he demanded. "The one invalidating the prenup." I held up the paper, Ellis's bold signature clearly visible at the bottom, along with some interesting documents about the family trust. "Would you like to see them here, or should we wait for tomorrow's meeting with Gerald?" Tiffany grabbed for the paper. I pulled it back smoothly, tucking it into the folder. "Touch me or these documents," I said quietly, "and I'll have security escort you out of your own son's wake. Wouldn't that make an interesting story for your country club friends?" "You conniving little," Margaret started. "Careful, Margaret." I met her eyes. "We wouldn't want to make a scene. What would people think?" Cruz, my younger brother-in-law, chose that moment to stumble over, reeking of expensive scotch. "What's happening? Why's everyone looking so serious?" "Nothing," Gareth cut in sharply. "We're simply paying our respects." I smiled, the way Ellis had taught me to smile at charity galas. Pleasant, practiced, perfect. "Yes, we're all about respect today, aren't we? Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to greet the other mourners. We can discuss the estate tomorrow, with lawyers present." As I turned away, Margaret caught my arm. Her manicured nails dug into my skin. "Whatever you think you're doing," she hissed, "remember who we are." I gently removed her hand. "Oh, I know exactly who you are. Ellis made sure of that." I patted the folder. "And thanks to him, I finally have proof." Walking away, I could feel their stares burning into my back. The folder under my arm felt heavy with secrets, with power, with Ellis's final gift to me, the truth about his family. I touched the casket as I passed, my fingers trailing along the polished wood. "Game on, my love," I whispered, "just like you planned." The envelope Gareth had handed me, his attempt at eviction, was still unopened. I dropped it in a trash can on my way to greet the next group of mourners. I wouldn't be needing it. After all, I had something much better: ammunition. As you can see, the postnuptial agreement is quite thorough. Gerald Sherman's voice wavered slightly as he spread the documents across his mahogany conference table. Mr. Harding was very specific about his wishes. 24 hours after the wake, we sat in the family lawyer's office. The Hardings had arrived expecting to formalize my eviction. Instead, they were watching their control slip away, one legal document at a time. "This is absurd," Gareth slammed his fist on the table. "Ellis would never—" "But he did," I interrupted, sliding forward a notarized deed. The estate house, the summer property in Martha's Vineyard, and 30% of the family trust's liquid assets, all transferred to me, legally and irrevocably. You manipulated him, Tiffany spat. Convinced him when he was vulnerable. The documents were drafted and signed 3 months ago, Gerald cut in, unable to meet Gareth's glare. Mr. Harding was in perfect health and sound mind. My best friend Nicole, who I'd brought as my witness, sat quietly taking notes. She'd known Ellis, too, had seen how his family's manipulation had worn him down over the years. There must be some mistake in the asset inventory, Margaret said, her voice honey-sweet but her eyes cold. Several key properties are missing. I caught the quick glance between Gareth and Cruz. Interesting. You mean like the warehouse complex in Boston? I asked innocently. Or the offshore accounts Ellis mentioned in his letter? Cruz choked on his water. What letter? I pulled out Ellis's handwritten pages, watching their faces carefully. He left quite detailed notes about certain financial irregularities, particularly regarding the Hardy Foundation's charitable donations. That's enough! Gareth stood up so quickly his chair toppled backward. Gerald, this meeting is over. We'll be contesting everything. Contest away, I said calmly. But while you do, I'll remain in control of the estate house. The post-nup is already filed with the court. You gold-digging bitch, Tiffany hissed. You think you can just... Actually, Nicole spoke up, her lawyer voice in full effect, she can. And if you continue with that language, we'll add harassment to the record. Margaret's perfect composure finally cracked. Ellis was our son, our flesh and blood. You were just some girl he met at a charity event. You have no right. I was his wife. My voice cut through her tirade like steel. The woman he chose to spend his life with, the one he trusted enough to tell everything to. I stood up, gathering my documents. And I do mean everything. Is that a threat? Cruz asked, suddenly looking nervous. No, just a fact. Like the fact that I've hired Alexander Holmes to audit the family accounts. I watched Gareth's face go pale. Ellis recommended him highly, said Alexander had already uncovered some interesting patterns. You're bluffing, Gareth said, but his voice lacked conviction. I pulled out my phone, showing them Alexander's text confirming our afternoon appointment. Would you like to bet your reputation on that? Gerald cleared his throat. Perhaps we should adjourn for today. The post-nuptial agreement will need to go through probate, but in the meantime, Mrs. Harding retains control of the specified properties. This isn't over, Margaret promised as they filed out. No, I agreed. It's really not. Once they were gone, Nicole turned to me. Holy shit, Anna, that was intense. Ellis knew them better than anyone, I said, pulling out more documents from my folder. He left me everything I'd need, including proof of what they did to him. What do you mean? I showed her the maintenance records Ellis had collected, the suspicious transfers right before his accident. Help me go through these? There's something here, something bigger than just missing assets. Nicole's eyes widened as she scanned the papers. Anna, these dates. The brake inspection report looks altered. I know. I touched Ellis's signature on the post-nup, remembering his words. Don't open this until they show their true colors. That's why we're meeting Alexander. Ellis hired him months ago to investigate his family. Now I'm hiring him to finish the job. They're going to fight back hard, Nicole warned. I thought about the eviction papers at the wake, about years of snide comments and barely veiled threats, about Ellis trying to break free from their control, dying in a car crash just weeks after changing his will. Let them fight, I said, staring out Gerald's window at the Boston skyline. Ellis left me the weapons I need, and unlike them, I have nothing left to lose. Nicole squeezed my hand. What's our next move? I pulled out one final document, a list of properties in Cruz's name, purchased with money that should have been in the family trust. We start pulling threads, and we don't stop until the whole thing unravels. The game was on, and I intended to play it exactly as Ellis had planned, right down to the last devastating move. 2 weeks before his death, Ellis tried to change his will. Alexander's gravelly voice filled my kitchen as he spread photographs across the island counter. The paperwork was drafted, but never filed. I stared at the images, documents scattered across a desk, Ellis's signature clearly visible. "How did you get these?" "Gerald Sherman's assistant. She kept copies of everything." Alexander tapped one photo. "Notice the date stamp? The day after this, Gerald suddenly took a 2-week vacation. When he came back, the will changes were gone." Nicole, who'd been examining the photos, looked up sharply. "Gone as in?" "As in shredded, deleted, erased?" Alexander's weathered face hardened. Someone made damn sure those changes never saw daylight. I thought about Gerald's nervous behavior in his office. Time to pay our family lawyer another visit. An hour later, I sat across from Gerald in his private office. No family members this time, no legal posturing, just truth. "I know about the will, Gerald." I placed Alexander's photos on his desk. "I know Ellis tried to change it." His face went ash gray. "Where did you get these?" "Does it matter? What matters is what happened to those changes, and why you took that convenient vacation." Gerald loosened his tie, eyes darting to his door. "You don't understand. There were threats." "From Gareth?" He nodded almost imperceptibly. "He said he'd ruin me, said he had proof of indiscretions, things that would cost me my license. Tell me about the changes Ellis wanted to make." Gerald's hands shook as he reached for his water glass. He wanted to restructure everything, remove Gareth's access to the trust, set up independent oversight, and... He hesitated. And what? He wanted to add provisions about foul play. If anything happened to him under suspicious circumstances, control would pass directly to you, bypassing the family entirely. The room seemed to tilt slightly. Ellis suspected something might happen to him? He was scared. Gerald's voice dropped to barely a whisper. Said his father was acting strange, making threats. Then his car. My heart stopped. What about his car? 2 days before the accident, Ellis ordered a full maintenance check. Said the brakes felt soft. Gerald pulled out his phone, scrolling through old texts. He sent me this the morning he died. The message read, "If anything happens to me, tell Annalise to check the garage security footage from last night." "Did you check the footage?" I demanded. "It was gone. System malfunction, they said." Gerald's face crumpled. I should have done more, should have stood up to them. "You can do something now." I leaned forward. "Help me prove what they did." He stared at me for a long moment, then reached into his desk drawer. "Ellis left this with me. Said to give it to you if anything felt wrong about his death." He handed me a USB drive. "It's footage from his private office. He had his own cameras installed." I clutched the drive, my hands trembling. "What's on it?" "I don't know. Never looked." Gerald straightened his tie. "But whatever it is, Gareth was willing to blackmail me to keep the will from changing. Think about that." I called Alexander the moment I left Gerald's office. Within an hour, we were watching the footage in Nicole's apartment. The video showed Gareth in Ellis's office late at night, going through his desk. Then Cruz entered, carrying what looked like maintenance reports. "The brake lines are taken care of," and Cruz said on screen. "Looks like a normal wear and tear issue." Gareth nodded. "Good. And the security cameras?" "Looped footage from last week. No one will know." I felt sick. Nicole gripped my hand as we watched Gareth pull out his phone. "It's done," he said to someone. "Ellis won't be changing anything now." Alexander paused the video. "There's more, but I think we've seen enough. This plus Gerald's testimony." "It's not just fraud anymore," Nicole said quietly. "This is murder." I thought about Ellis's last words to me, his insistence that I wait to open the folder. He'd known. He'd been gathering evidence, preparing for the worst. "Alexander," I said, my voice steady despite the rage burning inside me. I need you to do two things. First, get this footage authenticated and secured. Second, find out everything you can about Ellis's car maintenance records, every mechanic, every service date. What are you going to do? Nicole asked. I pulled out my phone, dialing Gerald's number. I'm going to give our family lawyer a chance to get ahead of this, before the police get involved. As the phone rang, I looked at the frozen image of Gareth and Cruz on screen. They thought they'd silenced Ellis, erased his final moves. Instead, they'd given me everything I needed to destroy them. Gerald, I said when he answered, we need to talk about Ellis's accident, and this time you're going to tell me everything. The game wasn't just about inheritance anymore, it was about justice, and I was just getting started. The estate house's security system chimed as I entered the access code. Inside, the sound of breaking glass and drunken laughter echoed from the library. Cruz had been treating the place like his personal party palace since Ellis's death. Not anymore. I walked into the library, flanked by 2 police officers and a court-martial. Cruz sprawled on Ellis's antique leather sofa, surrounded by empty bottles and 3 glassy-eyed socialites. Party's over, I announced, holding up the eviction notice. You have 30 minutes to leave the premises. Cruz blinked at me stupidly. You can't. This is my family's house. Actually, Officer Reynolds stepped forward. Mrs. Harding has legal custody of the property. Anyone remaining after 30 minutes will be arrested for trespassing. This is ridiculous! One of the socialites stumbled to her feet. Do you know who his father is? Oh, I know exactly who Gareth is. I smiled coldly. In fact, I just sent some interesting documents about him to the Hardy Foundation Board. They're particularly curious about where their charitable donations have been going. Cruz's face went from drunk to sober in seconds. What documents? The ones showing how Daddy laundered foundation money through your failed business ventures. I gestured to the mess around us. Speaking of which, how are you affording all this partying? Last I checked, your trust fund was frozen during probate. You bitch, and he snarled, standing unsteadily. You think you can just... 25 minutes now, Officer Reynolds cut in. Tick-tock. As Cruz and his friends gathered their things, my phone buzzed. A text from Margaret. We need to talk. Privately. I found her waiting in the garden 30 minutes later, after the police had escorted Cruz out. She looked older somehow, her perfect makeup unable to hide her exhaustion. Name your price, she said without preamble. Excuse me? To stop this vendetta, to leave our family alone. She pulled out her checkbook. Whatever Ellis promised you, I'll double it. I laughed. You still think this is about money? What else could it be? You're not exactly from our world, dear. I pulled out my phone and played one of Ellis's voice messages. Dad's using Cruz to launder money. Millions missing from the foundation. If anything happens to me, the proof is in the offshore account records. Margaret's face went pale. Turn that off. Why? Afraid of what else Ellis recorded? I stepped closer. Like the conversation where Gareth threatened to handle him if he changed the will? You don't understand our family, she whispered. The legacy we have to protect. Legacy? My voice shook with rage. Your legacy is built on fraud and murder. Ellis knew it, and he left me everything I needed to prove it. We can make a deal. No. I showed her my phone screen, displaying an email draft. This goes to the FBI in an hour. Complete records of Gareth's embezzlement, Cruz's money laundering, and evidence of Ellis's murder. Unless... Her eyes narrowed. Unless what? Confess. Tell me everything. Why Ellis really died. Margaret sank onto a garden bench, her composure finally cracking. Gareth was losing control. The foundation's donors were asking questions. Ellis threatened to expose everything. So Gareth had him killed. He said it would look like an accident. Her voice was barely audible. Cruz handled the details. I didn't know until after. I pressed record on my phone, letting her words capture clearly. And the will changes? Gareth blackmailed Gerald, said he'd expose some scandal from law school. She looked up at me, suddenly seeming small. Ellis was right about everything, about all of us. Yes, he was. I stopped the recording. The FBI will have this by morning, along with everything else. Please, she reached for my arm. We can work something out. Money, properties, anything. I pulled away. Ellis was your son. He died because of your family's greed. There's no working this out. Then why, she gestured helplessly, why offer me the chance to confess? Because Ellis would have wanted the truth from at least one of you. I turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and Margaret, don't bother warning Gareth. The evidence is already backed up in multiple locations. As I walked away, my phone buzzed again. Alexander. Found something else. Audio file from Ellis's office, day before the accident. Gareth talking about making sure Ellis doesn't need to live forever. I texted back, send it to the FBI. Time to end this. In the estate house, I went to Ellis's study. Everything was exactly as he'd left it. The leather-bound books, the antique desk, the photo of us on our wedding day. He'd known what his family was capable of, had prepared for the worst while hoping for the best. I promised I'd burn it all down, I whispered to his empty chair. And tomorrow, it all goes up in flames. The final pieces were in place. By this time tomorrow, the Hardings' carefully constructed world would be ashes, just like Ellis planned. Happy birthday, my love, I whispered, placing fresh roses on Ellis's grave. It should have been his 39th birthday. Instead, I was hosting a different kind of celebration. The private memorial I'd arranged drew people the Hardings had never bothered to know. Ellis's college roommate, his favorite barista, the elderly gardener who'd worked the estate grounds for 30 years. Real people who'd loved the man, not the heir. He used to bring me soup when I was sick, Maria, his former housekeeper, told the small gathering. Not store-bought. He'd make it himself, even though his mother said it wasn't proper for someone of his status. As people shared their stories, my phone vibrated. A text from Alexander. Need to see you. Now. Found something big. I slipped away to meet him in the estate's garden house. His face told me everything. This was worse than we'd imagined. Ellis had a child, he said without preamble, handing me a file. From before he met you, a 5-year-old boy. The world tilted sideways. What? His name is James. The mother is Freya Martin. They had a brief relationship 6 years ago. Alexander spread out documents on the table. Gareth paid her $2 million to keep quiet and stay away. My hands shook as I looked at the photos. A little boy with Ellis's eyes and smile. Did Ellis know? He found out 3 months before he died, started making arrangements to acknowledge James legally. Alexander's voice hardened. That's when Gareth's threats escalated. Because James would be the primary heir, I whispered, even before the new will. Exactly. I found Freya. She's willing to talk. 2 hours later, I sat across from an elegant woman in a quiet cafe. Freya Martin clutched her coffee cup like a lifeline. Ellis came to see us, she said, her voice tight with emotion. Said he couldn't live with the lie anymore, wanted to make things right. What happened? Gareth showed up at my house the next day, said if I ever contacted Ellis again, he'd make sure I lost custody of James completely. She pulled out her phone, showing me threatening texts. But Ellis kept trying, sent letters through a private courier. Do you still have them? She nodded, reaching into her bag. Ellis wrote about you, you know, said you were different from his family, someone he could trust. The letters were devastating in their honesty. Ellis writing to his son, explaining why he had to stay away, promising to make things right. The final letter was dated 3 days before his death. He was going to announce everything at the next board meeting, Freya said. Acknowledge James publicly, change the inheritance structure. She wiped away tears. Then the accident happened. My phone buzzed. Nicole. FBI just picked up Cruz. Gareth's being brought in for questioning. Freya, I said carefully, would you be willing to testify about the threats, the payoff, everything? Will it help prove they killed him? Yes. She straightened her spine. Then, yes, for Ellis, for James. Back at the estate, I found Tiffany waiting in the driveway. She looked wild, mascara streaked down her face. They arrested Cruz, she said. Daddy's being questioned. What did you do? I didn't do anything. Ellis did. I showed her the photo of James. Want to explain why you helped hide your nephew's existence? She staggered back. How did you? Ellis knew everything, Tiffany. The fraud, the threats, his son. He documented it all. I stepped closer. The only question is, how involved were you in his murder? I didn't. She swallowed hard. I just knew they were going to stop him from changing things. I didn't know they'd kill him. But you suspected, and you did nothing. He was going to ruin everything, she screamed. Bring in some random kid, give away our birthright to a bastard and a gold digger. No, I said quietly. He was going to fix what your family broke, and now I'm finishing what he started. My phone buzzed again. Alexander. Gareth's being formally charged. Margaret's agreed to testify against him. It's over, Tiffany, I said. The FBI has everything. The only question is whether you want to get ahead of this or go down with them. She crumpled onto the driveway, sobs racking her body. What do you want from me? The truth. All of it. Starting with the night before Ellis's accident. As Tiffany began to talk, I thought about the little boy in the photo. Ellis's son. Another victim of the Hardings' toxic legacy, but not anymore. Ellis had left me everything I needed to protect his real family, his son, the people who truly loved him, and the truth he died trying to expose. Tomorrow, James would meet his inheritance. Not just the money or the properties, but the story of a father who loved him enough to risk everything. And that was worth more than all the Harding fortune combined. Death, greed, and heirs, the Harding family, scandal, screamed the headline of the Boston Globe. I set the newspaper aside as Gerald Sherman entered the conference room, looking like he hadn't slept in days. The DA wants me to testify, he said, collapsing into a chair. They're offering immunity. Nicole, who'd been reviewing depositions, looked up sharply. Take it, before someone else does. Margaret already has, I added, sliding today's immunity agreement across the table. She's turning state's evidence against Gareth. Gerald's hands trembled as he reached for the document. If I do this, I'll never practice law again. If you don't, you'll practice in prison. The door burst open. Alexander rushed in, laptop in hand. You need to see this, now. He played a video. Gareth in his office, face red with rage, shouting at Ellis. The timestamp showed 3 days before the accident. You ungrateful little bastard, Gareth's voice crackled through the speakers. You think you can just throw away everything I built? For what? Some bastard child and your gold-digging wife? Ellis's response was calm, steady. They're my family, my real family, and I won't let you threaten them anymore. You don't need to live forever, son. Gareth's voice turned ice cold. Remember that. The video ended. Gerald had gone pale. Where did you get this? He whispered. Ellis had cameras everywhere, Alexander said. Hidden ones. He was building a case. My phone buzzed. A text from Freya. James keeps asking about his daddy's picture. When can we meet? Gerald, I said. The DA's offer expires in an hour. What's it going to be? He picked up a pen with shaking fingers. Ellis tried to tell me about the threats, the missing money. I should have listened. As he signed, Nicole's phone rang. She answered, listened, then smiled grimly. They just arrested Tiffany. She cracked during questioning, confirmed everything about the brake lines. One more thing, Alexander said, pulling out a thick envelope. Found these in Ellis's private safe. Letters he wrote to James, documenting everything, including his attempts to change the will. I thought of the little boy with Ellis's eyes. Make copies. Send them to the DA. The next few hours were a blur of legal documents and police statements. By evening, the news was everywhere. Gareth arrested for conspiracy to commit murder. Cruz charged with tampering with evidence. Tiffany facing accessory charges. Then Margaret called. "You've destroyed us," she said, her voice hollow. "No, you did that yourselves. I just exposed it. They're calling us murderers, criminals." "Aren't you?" A long pause. "Ellis was my son, and you helped kill him." My voice was ice. "For money, for control, for your precious legacy. What happens now?" "Now?" "James gets everything Ellis wanted him to have. The truth comes out, and you—" I looked at the immunity agreement on the table. "You testify, every detail. Or I release the recording of you discussing the break, tampering with Cruz." She gasped. "How did you—" "Ellis recorded everything, Margaret. He knew what you were capable of." After she hung up, Nicole touched my arm. "You okay?" "No." I stared out the window at the setting sun. "But I will be." The door opened again. Alexander entered with a young woman, one of Gerald's former assistants. "Tell her what you told me," Alexander said. The assistant stepped forward. "The day before the accident, Mr. Harding, Ellis, came to the office. He left this with me." She held out a sealed envelope. "Said to give it to his wife if anything happened to him." My hands shook as I opened it. Inside was a single page in Ellis's handwriting. "My dearest Annalise, if you're reading this, they did what I feared they would. But I've given you everything you need to protect yourself and James. The truth is your weapon. Use it. I'm sorry I couldn't finish this fight. Sorry I left you to face them alone. But I'm not sorry I married you. Not sorry I trusted you with everything, including the future I wanted for my son. Make them pay. Make them face what they've done, then build something better from the ashes. All my love, Ellis." I folded the letter carefully, tucking it away. "Alexander, set up a meeting with Freya and James. It's time they came home." "The press will be all over this," Nicole warned. "Good." I picked up the immunity agreement Gerald had signed. Let everyone see exactly who the Hardings really are. My phone buzzed one final time. A message from Gareth's number. "You'll regret this." I smiled, thinking of Ellis's letter, of James's photo, of justice finally being served. "No," I whispered. "I really won't." The courthouse buzzed with tension as I took the stand. Gareth sat at the defense table, still wearing his custom suits, still projecting authority. But his eyes told a different story. He knew what was coming. "Mrs. Harding," the prosecutor began, "please tell the court about the last conversation you had with your husband." "Ellis gave me a folder," I said clearly. "Told me not to open it until his family showed their true colors." "And what did that folder contain?" "Evidence. Financial records showing embezzlement from the Hardy Foundation. Recordings of threats made against him. Documentation about his son, James, whom Gareth had paid to keep hidden." Gareth's attorney stood. "Objection! Speculation about—" "Overruled," the judge cut in. "Continue." I detailed everything. The altered brake records, the missing security footage, Gerald's confession about the will. With each word, Gareth's face grew darker. "And this recording," the prosecutor held up a flash drive, "was made in Ellis's office 3 days before his death?" "Yes. Ellis had installed his own hidden cameras after the threats began." They played the video. Gareth's voice filled the courtroom. "You don't need to live forever, son." Margaret was next on the stand, her designer outfit replaced by something plainly expensive but subdued. Her immunity deal had broken the case wide open. "Yes," she testified, voice trembling. "Gareth ordered Cruz to tamper with the brakes, said it had to look like an accident." "And why was this done?" Ellis was going to expose everything at the board meeting. The missing millions, his son James, all of it. She wouldn't look at Gareth. "We couldn't let that happen. We? The prosecutor pressed. Gareth said it was for the family, for our legacy. Margaret's composure cracked. I let them kill my son for money. During a recess, Nicole found me in the hallway. Tiffany's attorney called. She's ready to allocute. Full confession. And Cruz? Singing like a bird, threw Gareth under every bus he could find. Back in court, Freya testified about the payoff, the threats, Ellis's attempts to reconnect with James. She read from Ellis's letters, his words painting a picture of a father desperate to right his wrongs. The last time I saw him, Freya said, clutching one of the letters, he promised to make everything right. 3 days later, he was dead. The evidence was overwhelming. Financial records showed millions siphoned through shell companies. Security footage revealed Cruz tampering with Ellis's car. Phone records documented the conspiracy. When the verdict came, it was unanimous, guilty on all counts. Before sentencing, the judge said, does the defendant wish to make a statement? Gareth stood slowly. For a moment, he looked every bit his age. Everything I did was to protect what we built. Ellis was going to destroy... He was going to fix it, I interrupted, standing. Tell the truth. Protect his son. That's what really scared you, wasn't it? Not the money, but the truth. He'd be ashamed of you, Gareth spat, destroying his family's name like this. I smiled, remembering Ellis's letter. No, he told me to burn it all down, and that's exactly what I did. The judge's gavel cracked like thunder. Gareth Harding, for the conspiracy to commit murder of your own son, for financial fraud, and for the subsequent cover-up, I sentence you to life imprisonment without possibility of parole. As they led him away, I caught Margaret's eye. She looked broken, empty. Cruz sat slumped in handcuffs, while Tiffany sobbed quietly in the gallery. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed. But through the chaos, I saw them, Freya and James, waiting by Alexander's car. Is it over? Freya asked as I approached. Yes. I knelt down to James's level. Hi there, I'm Annalise. I knew your daddy. The little boy smiled Ellis's smile. Mommy says we can live in Daddy's house now. That's right. Would you like that? He nodded enthusiastically. Can I see his books? Mommy says he had lots of books. He did. I stood, taking his small hand. And they're all waiting for you. Nicole appeared at my side. The estate transfer papers are ready. James is officially recognized as Ellis's heir. With you as trustee until he's of age, Freya added, just like Ellis wanted. I watched James studying the courthouse with Ellis's curious eyes. The truth hadn't just destroyed the Hardings' legacy, it had restored it to its rightful heir. Let's go home, I said, squeezing James's hand. Your daddy left us quite a story to tell you. As we walked away, I heard Gareth's last words echo in my head. He'd be ashamed of you. No, I thought. Ellis would be proud. Proud that the truth had finally won. Proud that his son was home. Proud that justice, though delayed, had finally been served, and somewhere I hoped he was smiling. The estate library smelled of old books and fresh coffee, as James curled up in Ellis's favorite reading chair, completely absorbed in Treasure Island, the same copy his father had loved at his age. Through the window, autumn leaves danced across the garden, where Freya was planting bulbs for spring. Just like Ellis, Nicole said, watching James. He even holds the book the same way. I found more letters yesterday, I told her, pulling out a bundle tied with blue ribbon. Hidden in Ellis's desk drawer. He wrote them every week, even when he couldn't send them. The doorbell rang. Alexander stood on the steps, holding a thick manila envelope. His face was unreadable. What's wrong? I asked, letting him in. Got the final report from the forensic accountants. He spread documents across the kitchen island. There's another account, one we missed. Nicole leaned in. Where? Cayman Islands. But here's the thing. It's not in Gareth's name, or Cruz's. He pointed to a signature. It's in Margaret's. My hands went cold. How much? 50 million. And the transfer records. He hesitated. They go back 20 years, long before Ellis met you. Before Ellis was even working for the company, Nicole added. The implications hit me like a wave. She was stealing before any of this, before Ellis started investigating. There's more. Alexander pulled out a photo. Found this in the bank records. The image showed Margaret with a man I didn't recognize, both smiling at the camera. The timestamp was from last year. Who is he? Thomas Reed, former CFO of the Hardy Foundation. Alexander's voice hardened. He resigned suddenly 15 years ago, right after a major audit. Let me guess, the audit found nothing wrong? Not a thing, but he moved to the Caymans right after. Alexander tapped the photo, where he's been managing Margaret's hidden accounts ever since. The sound of James laughing drifted in from the library. Such an innocent sound in the middle of all this darkness. She played us, I whispered. Even while turning state's evidence, she was hiding this. Should we tell the DA? Nicole asked. Before I could answer, Freya appeared in the doorway, dirt on her knees from gardening. Tell the DA what? We showed her the evidence. Her face went pale. All this time, she said, while Ellis was trying to fix things. His own mother was the original thief, I finished. James wandered in, book still in hand. Mommy, can we have lunch in Daddy's study again? Freya forced a smile. Of course, sweetheart. Go wash up first. After he left, she turned to me. What are you going to do? I looked at the photo of Margaret and Thomas, at the evidence of decades of theft, at the proof that Ellis had died trying to expose a corruption that went deeper than any of us knew. Alexander, I said, call the DA. Nicole, contact the Hardy Foundation Board. Freya, I hesitated. Are you okay with more media attention? This will be big. She straightened her spine. Ellis wanted the truth, all of it. We owe him that. I gathered the documents, thinking of Margaret's performance in court, her tears, her carefully crafted testimony. Even then, she'd been protecting her real secrets. One more thing, Alexander said, pulling out his phone. Got this security footage from the bank in the Caymans, 2 days ago. The video showed Margaret entering the bank, emerging hours later with a small suitcase. She's moving the money, Nicole realized. Not anymore. I picked up my phone, dialing the DA's direct line. Time to finish what Ellis started, for real this time. As the call connected, James reappeared, Ellis's book hugged to his chest. Can we read in Daddy's chair together? I looked at the evidence spread across the counter, at the child who had his father's love of books and truth, at the family we'd pieced together from the wreckage of lies. Yes, I said, covering the phone. Just give me 5 minutes to make sure justice is really served. Later, curled up in Ellis's chair with James, reading about pirates and treasure, I thought about real treasure, truth, justice, family, the things Ellis had died protecting. The DA was already moving on the new evidence. Margaret's carefully constructed escape plan was unraveling. The last of the Harding secrets would finally see daylight. Annalise? James looked up from the book. Do you think Daddy would like that we read together in his chair? I hugged him closer, breathing in the scent of books and autumn air and hope. Yes, I said. He'd love it more than anything. And somewhere in the garden, spring bulbs waited to bloom, promising new beginnings after the longest winter.